Oh. Hi. If you are interested in coming in the box, drop your topic in the thing and then request as a guest. Everything would be about things about that everyone can appreciate. Personal are for tools, and the personal tools will be for people who are Patreon members. Yeah. But other bigger topics are welcome. That's okay. Hopefully this makes sense too. I provide kind of thought, like thought tools and things like that. It is thought processes to help you, empower you in the sense of how, yeah, to empower you basically. And I also talk about, again, the way things kind of work energetically and stuff. And I call it exploring and speaking about infinity, kind of. And more. And I also mentioned on the, I think it says on the bottom when you first like enter, I also specialize in reframing when people, how people talk about spirituality, because a lot of it is unempowering, just because of how humanity has set it up. Because a lot of religions, especially, because instead of the religions being a special form of expression, it becomes something that's not, you know, it becomes something where there's rules and stuff. And the rules are for finite thinking. Oh, I'm glad it resonates. It means you found me. Yeah, and today I talked about thought forms because I'm starting a series on Patreon about thought forms. Everything I do is about thought forms, but I've realized that everyone's ready now to learn more about thought forms and go deeper. But yeah, I just posted a intro to that, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Would you like to go in the box? It makes the live fun. Hopefully some of the regulars will come too. So people who want to listen can just listen, but got to get it started somehow. Oh, hi, Robin. Oh, the birds are outside. Yeah. I mean, that's okay if you want to try. Hi, Robin. I'm on early today. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, hopefully, when you see, we're all usually everyone who comes to me usually is, oh, you do. Well, the thing is you don't have to talk much. It's just the questions. It's easier to type out. I mean, say than type out. So, because you know how it's very limited. So if you don't mind that, it makes more sense because then I say, oh, could you elaborate? And then it's like, yeah. But yeah, I don't want to pressure you. Maybe Robin wants to come up. But go ahead with your questions. But like I said, it is easier if it's up here, but like I said, I understand. But anyway, we're all, it's a safe space, and everyone is, that usually comes to me is a recovering people pleaser, because that's what happens when you start to work on things and really, integrate that. People who need that as well are drawn to you, if that makes sense. So, yeah, so everyone is very soft and kind, and if they're not, usually they're blocked, because there's so much of that intensity in everything nowadays, that I want this to be a space for us soft people, because we should have a place too. Because, it's otherwise it's hard to grow when, you know. Oh yeah, no worries then. You can leave your question in here for now. I'm sure people are going to come, and then you'll be able to see how cute everybody is. But yeah, go ahead and ask your questions, because Robin said they're available in 10 minutes. So, but yeah, yeah, go for it. There was also this article, I think a few years ago, where they were talking about how people, they didn't say the word soft, but they said people who are like really sweet and whatever, I don't know how they worded it, but it wasn't very nice, that they get yelled at over like people who are very loud and provocative on like TikTok and platforms like that. And it made me really sad, because but those were the days when I was like listening to things, as in like I was like, oh well, that is, yeah, okay, but now I'm like, no, that's not how it is. Just because someone says that, that's not how it is. I was wondering about how to word intentions when tapping into soul memory mapping, and if it's different with DID. Oh, that's a good question. Okay, so Haunted Fairy, if you'd like to talk more about that, please hop into the guest spot and we can talk about it. I'm just going to answer Woven Dreams, because they can't come to the box today. But I'm gonna only do it for Woven Dreams. So if you want us to talk more about that, it's great, and you can hop in the box and we'll talk about that next. Okay, so when you're wording intentions are always it's not about wording, it's about what you like. Like it's about kind of looking into what you're interested in. And obviously, it's going to be a bit different from there. And like I said, in my sessions, we go into detail and it gets personalized, but that's usually where it starts. Intentions are going to be you paying attention to, first, you're going to like neutrally pay attention to what you do, and then it starts to pick up and become something more, if that makes sense. So that's the first step. And memory mapping, also, we need to know that memory is not a past thing. It is basically, we're a very small, it's small in the sense of one POV. And as we work on mapping and learning about ourselves and everything, we grow more. So we don't get higher or lower or all that stuff. We grow. So, and we expand. And so the mapping is expansion. And so there's two things that I help people with. I help them with a lot, but these are the two main things. One is empowering them and helping them be able to open those memories, which are like little zip files, and look through them and have a look at the ones and see how they're relevant in your human life. Then also look into the style that threads all those memories together. So like, the thread of your style of energy. And when you understand the thread of your energy, you start to be able to kind of translate it into your human everyday life, because a lot of people don't think that, they keep them separate. And this process brings everything together and you embody it. And then when it comes to DID, that is it the one where you have the different personalities?
He is dissociative
Yeah.
identity disorder.
Yeah. So that one, that would be you not being able to integrate it and having issues with that process. And so that's when a therapist would be involved, because therapists are mainly specialized in helping you have a good life in society. Like how do you fit in society? But that's what that would be. They would help you with that. So that's what the difference is. So the other stuff I talked about would be someone who understands that you to see what's relevant to your human life. So yeah.
I have something like DID. I have bipersonality disorder, so it's kind of like that. I've got two personalities.
Oh yeah. So multiple people, is that what it is, or different
Yeah, I
personalities?
have
Yeah.
two personalities. One of them is my main one, and then one of them is kind of like a more motherly figure, and she comes out when I'm like defensive. I don't know.
Okay. And do you find that it enhances your life, or does it bring things like that are not what you want in life?
I think it's not good because sometimes like I'll just be chilling and then someone will like I'll take offense to something or start being defensive over something that
Yeah.
I don't really need to. Like sometimes my dad will try to help me, and since he wasn't there for me in my past, I feel a bit of resentment and like defensive
Yeah.
about it because I'm like, well, you weren't trying to help me before.
Yeah. I think you could probably relate to the video I just posted, which is about I'm starting a series I'm putting on Patreon soon, but I did a big intro about thought forms. And this has a lot to do with probably the shadow. Oh, hi, Janine. The shadow thought forms. And shadow thought forms are, like I said, like if you don't get supported or all those things, anytime something, it doesn't matter if it's a different personality or the current personality right now, it doesn't matter which one, they are hurt from um, not being able to be heard. So it's a version of you that's um, related to, it doesn't, like I said, it could be just that right now, like whoever, whatever version you are at the moment. And if you are a different version, and that one is the one that actually is hurt or holds that hurt, they were the ones there when that hurt happened.
Yeah, I
It
don't
doesn't
remember
mean,
my I don't remember my childhood. I just know it
yeah,
happened sometime when I was a kid because I had really like abusive parents. So
yeah.
that's
So those are the things when I say it's not, you don't need to dig for that.
yeah.
It will come up if it needs to when you're prepared. That's how I teach everything, is that when things come up, even if they're painful and horrific, it means that you're prepared for it. But if you go digging or think you have to dig or there's something wrong with you, I don't agree with that. I think that is when we come to problems because it's not natural. It's not how we feel. Oh, someone is asking to come up. Oh, it's Robin. Hello.
I had
Yeah.
something come up.
Oh, yeah.
Hi,
So you
Robin. I
so
had
you
something
wanted to
come up
talk.
earlier today where I
Yeah.
want to talk about Akashic Records, but I like the topic
Okay.
I'm about
We have
now.
to be a little bit careful because I am I I love helping and talking to people, but I
Yeah.
have to keep my boundaries because otherwise I will go crazy. I mean, not go crazy. I will just go for it because I love it. So I'm just gonna say ahead of time that when we do get personal, I can give you tools and really go for it, but it will be a Patreon, one of the Patreon members. It can be just the one, the first one, any of them. It doesn't matter. Um, but if it's like, like how you brought up the Kashuk records,
Yeah.
we can do that. So even though I would love to, I need to, because last live I went for it because it's my specialty. So I get really excited, but I have to make sure because otherwise it gets I'll just go for it. And it's not that good because I won't be able to do exactly what I would in like a session or things like that. And so, yeah, so I just have to be, because everyone will keep doing it and we'll all do it and it's not fair to others and stuff. So, yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to say that really quick. So, we can talk about it if you can frame it in a way that's for everybody, like how you said the Akashic records. That's great, but we have to cut. Like, I'm gonna because I know myself because I love it too much. I'm gonna be like, oh, I know what to do, So anyway,
Yeah. How do
but yeah,
we tap into Akashic Records? I was told that I was able to, like everyone's able to.
Okay, I'm going to talk about Akashic Records in general first. So, Akashic Records is, we have to talk about what humans do. So, humans like to, this is the best way for humans to figure stuff out, like what we've done, is we name something and we make it into a thing that looks like something that's familiar. So, for us, it makes sense that there's something, if we think of records, if someone says records, or an energy, like an energy talks about records and it's so abstract. The first thing we're going to think of, I talk about these three different libraries that we have. So we have the library that is, and this is conceptual libraries. So we have these libraries that are all the things that we've been taught and we learn and then we start believing in, but they have been taught to us. We didn't think for ourselves, right? And then we have this other library that we can re-look at those and also look at other things that we're interested in. And we say, and words that we say, oh, this means this to me. Or for example, we've been taught about what trees are when we were in school, like, in biology and, learning about plants and animals and things like that. And then you go, okay, but what does that mean to me? What's my relationship with trees? And so you start getting deeper and deeper, and then that library starts getting filled, right? So that's, when I say building your library, that's the library. So we already have one that is like our society and all that stuff, and we're building this one. And people who don't build this one are usually in a lot of religions and they depend on this library the most. The other one is the soul library, and the soul library is everything that pulls to you all the time and you don't know why and you're not sure, especially if you haven't built that middle one. Now, if you have, you will be able to use all three in the ways that you need to. And the people who use all three, they're able to start teaching and helping people because they now themselves can sit on information they get that's extremely abstract and make it relevant in a way for a specific group of people. So anyway, so that is how humans understand stuff, right? That's how it works with that. Now you add the creative mode. So when you get information from any of these three or other things, we're going to go through that process. And then the next stage is that you start to put things together. So like a little, I call it a patchwork quilt. And this is how humans do this. And they can either integrate it within themselves and or build a quilt, which is a lot of art, a lot of music, all that stuff, right? Even math, anything that's, humans have created. So basically all those things, they come from that process. So when things like Akashic Records or those things come up, that's what it comes from. So someone was like, got some information. There's a couple of different religions that talk about it. And there's also some philosophers that talk about it. And the way that they got that information is different, but the way that they tell people about it, or sorry, the way that they tell people about it is different, but it's coming from the same process or the same place. So there's two ones that exist. There is, and it's not really two, but it's two in the way that we understand it. One is everything. It's like this ring of infinity. Again, conceptual. It might look different for everybody, but the way it looks to me is this ring of infinity. And it's all the potential, and people would call it darkness. So when you close your eyes and you start to think of all the things you could think of and you use your imagination, that is you getting close to that infinity, right? Now, that's the biggest one. It's huge. It's like all the potential magical things that who knows what's going to happen. But it's also the records at the same time because it's potential, but it's also things that are happening because there's no happened. It's all happening at the same time. So it holds everything and it's overwhelming, and no humans usually go there because it's going to freak them out. Now, there are also records for everything, and the records are actually reading energy. And so when you read my energy as a human being, you're going to read the records of how I'm here first, and they're in layers. So first, that's what the layers are. So people will look at me and they'll be like, you look like, they'll say certain things like, you look like this, you look like this celebrity, you look like that. And then they'll go deeper and they're like, oh, I recognize you, but I don't know why. And then they go deeper and then deeper and deeper. And the deeper you go in the records of the human. And when you go deeper, you end up expanding and you expand out to the whole map. So this is what I specialize in. The whole map of all my energies. And I call that the style of energy. So you're in the soup of my energies, and you will be able to move around in that soup and learn things about anything. It could be, I don't know, it could be about a place like people would call a past life. It's actually a parallel life. You'd be able to go to an ancient Egypt place that's related to me. You could go even further. You can go to things that have nothing to do with what we understand, that's super abstract. And you just keep going with your intentions. That is your guide. So you're like, and that's what I call building bridges. So your little thought forms that I've been talking about, I talked about on my page, they kind of are like little ships in that soup. And so every single person, every single group of stuff, you're doing that. And that is what people are trying to talk about with Akashic Records. Now, when people say that you have to be initiated and you have to be a special person and stuff like that, and then some people say everyone can. Yes, you can. But the key to this is how you get to the records and reading anyone. The deeper you know yourself, the deeper you explore yourself, the deeper you know and can explore everything else. So that is what it is. That's the initiation. So you initiate yourself. You embody yourself. And the deeper you do that, the deeper you get to go everywhere else. So that's what the Akashic is. And also, if you look up the word, it does mean just sky. And the sky actually resembles the what do you call it? The cosmic soup. But it's even more than that. I talked about this on the live before. I will be posting it, I think, because it was pretty good what we talked about. But yeah, it's like a symbolism of the cosmic soup. So Akashic is basically that anyway. So there's like, you can just think of it like lots of cosmic soups, and you direct where you're going by how deep you know yourself, your libraries that you've worked on, and also, where you want to go. What do you want to see? You can literally see anything. And if you guys want, we don't have to do it this live, but in the past, like last year, I used to take everybody on little remote viewing trips to places and fun places, and we would explore together, and I show the process. So if you guys are interested, we can do that on this live, or we can do it another time. But that's something that we do, and then you can kind of see that. You can kind of see how that works. Did that help?
I remember some of my past lives. I just wish I
Parallel.
could remember others. Like I wish I could look at somebody and be like, "You were a mermaid. You were a dragon."
But parallel. They're happening right now.
Yeah.
And I make sure to say this because all my stuff is about empowering, and it unempowers people and is a gatekeeping thing. That's something that will almost gatekeep yourself from the benefits and the integrations that you could have with these versions of yourself. Because if we think that it's past, we think it's done and they're dead. And that doesn't make sense, because that's not even what death is anyway. Death is just a redistribution. Like, it's just like, that's all it is. So, in different ways, there's like, I have it in my Patreon. I talk about the different ways. There's even more than that. Those are just a few examples. So just keep saying, like, if you can in your head, and if you're confused about it, just keep asking your energies about what is parallel. Can I see one of those ones that I thought was past? Why is it not past? Like that kind of stuff. Ask those questions. Don't take my word for it. But I say it because my intention is to help people to keep exploring. Because if you think that they're dead or it's a past thing, you're going to think that's something you did, and then something's going to happen to you now, because that's how we think. Because in our life right now, when we're like doing this, we think of our childhood, and that does affect us. But that's because they're in us right now. Whereas the other version, it's like parallel happening. So it's not in us right now. So if we think that it's a past thing, we're like, okay, because we did this, now I'm scared of this. And that's not true. It's because you're connecting with them somehow. That's the only way that could happen, is you're connecting and you have something to offer them and they have something to offer you. So yeah, it's parallel. And ask them why it's parallel. Ask your energies in meditation or however you like doing that. Does that help?
Cool. There was a past life where I was an object. I remember I was an arcade game. Like I remember living
You
in the
still are.
arcade and I was literally an arcade game, like a
You still
clone.
are.
I
It's
still
not less.
am.
Yeah, there's no, it's parallel. Parallel means this. Look. So you can go and tap into them. So there's no was, it didn't happen, it's happening.
You can be an object?
In a dream. Yeah, I had it in a dream. I got
Oh,
so
wow.
excited in my dream when someone would play with me and like if I liked the person I would help them win like in the club. I wonder if I
Yeah.
played with myself
And
before.
also keep in mind it's also our like there's not just that, not just parallel, it's also it's also we have a lot of filters as well. Remember the library thing I talked about. So we have filters to understand something. So to us, we might think like the thing that we're seeing is an object or we're being an object, but it might not be if that makes sense. And then
Uh,
the other thing
yeah.
is that when you read energy, so like I always usually say this. So I'm gonna pick something. So this makeup, for example, it holds energy differently than me, but it still holds energy. And so people would be like, that's not conscious. It doesn't talk. It doesn't have blah, blah, blah. But it holds everything. It holds the person who designed the makeup. It holds the factory workers that put it in there. It holds the store that where it was sitting on the shelf. It holds all of that.
And
So
when you
objects still have stuff. So
when you
you could have
touch them,
also,
can you see those things? Can you kind
yeah,
of
you
perceive some of
can.
that stuff?
Yeah, and
Oh,
you can
wow.
start small.
Mediums like
Everyone can. Everyone can. You start
Wow.
small. You just start to look at crystals are really easy for that because they hold it like a sponge. It's more, it's less like this is a bit, I don't know. It takes some time because you will second guess yourself because it's so obvious. You'll be like, wait, did I really see that in my head? Right? But
Okay.
if you hold crystals, it's very clear. Are you just showing up? Okay. Oh, Tara, it would we'd have to do a session because if it's personal, if it can't be on the live, it has to be a session, unfortunately. Yeah, so Tara just said message me.
Is that how like dolls and stuff get possessed because they have a certain energetic like
They're
thing, you
not
know?
possessed because possession is it's different than what people think possession is. It's not like everything people have talked about. It comes from misunderstandings in like medieval times, like medieval stuff really started weird stuff like that. Um, so yeah, basically, what I was gonna say is they. Uh, wait, what did you say? Oh, you went somewhere. Well, I mean, you can come if you think it's a live thing, that's great. But otherwise, it has to be sessions because otherwise, like I was talking about this earlier to everyone that otherwise I'm gonna go for it because they're meant to be sessions or Patreon. Because if it's Patreon, I can also do it a little bit, but it'll be about tools only. Because the sessions are for everything, so like it's like a mix of everything. Whereas in a live, even the personal ones from the Patreon members, it's gonna be tools. It's to show everyone the tools, but for you specifically. So like, yeah, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you
What was that?
have to have boundaries. Boundaries
Yeah,
are.
I was saying that earlier. Like, otherwise, like, because I'll go crazy because I love it so much. I'll just like, I'll open my tap and be like,
Yeah.
"Wah!"
I
And
know
it's
that's kind
like,
of like what we were talking about yesterday when I was
yeah,
saying that I met with my friend and I'm kind of just like exhausted afterwards because yeah,
yeah,
same thing.
yeah,
So
and yeah, and people sense it because they know they're like, well, she loves it. I do, but like, then I won't be able to come on the live for a long time, and you guys won't see me because I need to. So it's not that it's not good for anyone. Not you know what I mean. So I have to be careful, but I do. But if someone can schedule something and do that and also like support that, then it's great because it's good for everybody.
yep, agree.
So yeah. Oh yeah, so back to what we were saying earlier. I got distracted. What were we talking about? It was
talking about objects and
Oh,
how things
objects.
hold
Oh, the
energy.
haunted dolls. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So
Right.
yeah, so I can talk about haunting. So hauntings and possessions and things like that are not. I can talk about hauntings first because this is what we talked about. So haunting basically is when there's two types of like encounters people usually have. There's other things too, but these are the popular, very common ones with ghost type things. There is the ghosts that are actually a little piece. I give the example of a mother that has passed away and they have a child left behind and they're very so sad and scared. And oh, thank you. They're so sad and scared that that piece that's sad and scared stays. But the rest of them get distributed and like I talk about it in my Patreon and I've also talked about it I think in the last live. And I will be posting that so you guys can listen to that. But it's there's way more in the Patreon than I talked about it a little bit. But when this happens, it's on a repeat. And the only way it can do things is the same stuff over and over again. And the little piece can connect with another little piece and they can start coming together with common things. And if a bigger piece that, which usually is like, let's say it's a house, excuse me, where people talk about things a lot and there's so many layers of energies in that thing. So like, for example, in London, where I live, there's a lot of places that have so many things going on layers of different dimensions because people just keep using it and using it in the same way. So, for example, like houses that are museums, they've been using it as a museum. Someone's lived there in the 19th century, then someone's living there in the 18th century, in the 17th century. And so there's so many different people with so many different things doing the same type of stuff, like living in a house. Then it becomes a museum. And so the same stuff, it gets crowded a bit, if that makes sense. And so people are putting that energy and thought forms into that area. And so it's the humans putting those thought forms. And the thought forms kind of they stay there because people I this is the thing I'm going to talk about a lot. I did a video today. Is thought forms, people don't understand how thought forms work. And so they get left behind. And some of them have not grown. Some of them are just like simple and just like, oh, I saw, they're looking at stuff and they just become hello. They just become like observers or they're just very simple, but they still hold things. So they start getting very crowded. And then those pieces that have something in common, they will start jumping into them, if that makes sense. And so sometimes they'll do physical things and stuff like that, but it's the thought form working with that little those pieces that don't know what's going on. The reason why this exists, there are psychopomps that work with this stuff. If anyone's interested, I could talk more about that here or in a session. But the session, we could go deeper because a lot of people have connections with psychopomps and they don't know. And it's a very helpful thing to know because they will like take care of stuff that is annoying.
Psycho, psychopalm.
Okay. What is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll talk about that next. We'll talk about it next. Okay, so basically, so that covers the most popular thing about like hauntings, if that makes sense. So this also applies to a doll. So when a doll has been like in a museum, it's been like handed down many years, or people like look at it and they're like, this is an ugly doll, and they put all these things in it. Those little pieces that have not been collected, because I'll tell you why they're not collected, they end up kind of coming together into it. And the reason why is because it actually is a good system because a human will see it and feel these things. And the human interacting with that in any way where they go, oh, this is creepy or anything will wake that piece up, and that piece will expand enough to go and join the rest of the pieces or in the healing realms or whatever, so that they can join the rest of the energy. Because at the moment, they're just like repeating stuff over and over again until they can do that. So it seems creepy, and from our POV, we're like, what is going on? And this feels horrible, but we're actually doing a service. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about psychopomps. So psychopomps are actually a lot mistaken for angels of death and also just angels in general, but they're a being that actually like does a job. And it has nothing to do with, you can talk to them if you have like connections, like if you have a different version. So not a past life, but a parallel life as one of them. And so when you are aware of these things happening, you can help out if you want to. So what you do is you call them and they're aware of those little pieces, and they can help the piece have the choice to either integrate with the bigger energy that they're connected to, the human version that they're connected to, or be on their own and start their own story. But then they have to be with beings like, for example, oh, they don't want me to say their names, whatever. There's some beings that will kind of hold them in their chest, and they're like, they call them mothers kind of. And so they incubate them, and they're able to do things like this. Like they're able to like bring them out and teach them. And then they kind of incubate and grow until they can be their own energy. And again, I talk more in detail about those in the angels and demons information in the Patreon. It's the first tier. Okay.
Tell if people have like big angels or big demons attached to them.
Okay, so no one has anything. So this is the analogy they give me about people thinking they have things, or that someone can give a soul away. It's like two cells in your body, saying that they're going to take another cell's cell, and they're going to give it to they're going to take, sorry, I did it the other way around. One cell tells another cell that they're going to take our body, and give it to another cell. Does that make sense? That is what, like, giving each other things like that. So in the case
It's
of,
impossible.
huh?
So it's impossible, in other words. It's just
Yeah.
not
I mean,
possible.
it's funny, like anything's possible. Like it would just be, um, anything's possible in the way that you would feel like, oh, I did that. Like anyone can say anything, but it doesn't mean that it's true. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see.
So when it comes to angels and demons, with the same analogy, it would be like you saying that your heart is gonna be attached to one of the cells. So it's like, the reason why I'm using these analogies is it's because we're an ecosystem. Everything is an ecosystem. And just because we don't understand what the ecosystem is, doesn't mean that it's not an ecosystem. So like everything has a place to do a certain thing that makes sense to do something. And the reason why we have a lot of fear with these things is that there never has been a place where people feel comfortable to ask where it is in the ecosystem. So if you say, okay, like what you just said, there's like let's say there's an angel attached, or it belongs to this human, or a demon attached to this human. Shouldn't we just take those apart and see what is this demon? And can humans have things attached to them? And if they do, what is that? And what do humans mean when they say attached? So that's how you empower yourself and get to know things, and you start to build your library, that middle library I talked about earlier, because then you're starting to ask questions about the thing you're interested in a way that is not going to be more information that is going to be that other one that's just about like dogmas and religions and things that humans have just come up with randomly, and you don't even know their intention. You start to have your own intention, and you start putting that intentional library together. Oh, there's a lot of, I just wanted to check to see if it was likes. Thank you for the likes. I thought that they were questions.
I
So
totally understand the 3 libraries now.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you for
glad.
Yeah,
It
I
really
get it.
helps, because then when you start to build your library, it just makes sense. You're like, oh, I can start looking in those other ones and bring that into that one. You get to start
Right.
stock your shelves.
I think that that's what this intense season that I'm in is that I'm building my middle life, like my library. Kind of, it's almost kind of like taking the information that I'm getting, and the way my guides explained it to me is I take in the information, and then my bones, they take that information and translate it into what I can understand,
Mhm.
and and then that's my library, is my understanding of everything that's been
Exactly.
filtered through my bones.
Yes. And so then that way you can then this library, the one that's about like all the things you've learned in life and keep learning, like that people have told you or what they've figured out, those actually become your relationship with talking to other people about other things. And instead of it being your information, it becomes the way you speak to others. And you're like, oh, okay, so I can now tell people, I used to think it was just this, but now I know from my truth it's this as well. And maybe you can look at blah, blah, blah. So it becomes like that. And then when you get, like I said, the soul information, then you, again, you have the library for the soul to talk to you. You have to have something for them to tell you things because otherwise humans can't do that. So like, that's why we start with this, but then we start building this so that the more you start speaking to them, the more they can tell you more information. Because I was talking about this many videos ago where I was talking about broadcasting. So like everything is broadcasting all the time, and it's about especially bigger like groups of energy. And when we catch a bit of it, like a little like they're like butterflies, and you have like a little butterfly thing, you catch some of them. That's the part that you have references to that you can talk about, right? And it's your intent mixed with your intention, blah blah blah, right? But the broadcast basically will be random and not make sense, or it will, but it will be based always, whatever you catch is always going to be based on those. So building that is going to be great because that's going to inform both of them. It's going to be inform how you speak to others, and it's going to also inform your big information that's coming through and being broadcast to you.
Right.
Oh no, what happened to the other two?
Wow.
They left
Jesus
at the
Christ.
same time.
Nothing is fucking what you think it is. It's just blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Except I'm understanding it, too. At the same time, it's blowing my mind, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
But it's like, it feels so good, though, because I don't think that we'll ever stop being expanded, I feel like.
Exactly. Well, that everything is expanding. So we're just acting. This is the human version of what everything else is doing. So that's when people are like, well, why would these energies come and do this? And why did it? It's because of expansion. So for example, I have had many visions of my energy was like, I had a friend that also saw something in me that didn't understand it and misunderstood. So this is an example of what happens as well, because again, she didn't have the library. She had enough to understand the weird abstract stuff, but not quite. So she was telling me that me being here on Earth now, my energies can't go out until blah, blah, blah. Like there's some things that it has to do. And she didn't know why, but she saw it and it was like a giving your life to things, blah, blah, blah. So I know that my energy is like through like all of the memories. I've gotten so many memories of my energy basically making a whole new planet. And the way to do that is you give your whole body like or energy field to it. And the way that you get out of it is you expand out of it. So people think when they see energies, because of their understanding, they think they died. They think that their energy, like these big energies, they think they disappeared. They got punished. They got, they got recycled. They have all these things that are very human that they're explaining what they're seeing. But what really happens is every single time an energy does something, and even us, we do it in our own way. That one continues going on and has their own life, and they have a new name and they do all kinds of stuff. And then you are anew and you come out. But if it's something where you give your full energy, not just pieces, that is when you actually have to expand outside. And this is another reason why remember when I talked about how there are God job roles that are to help humans with understanding and remembering things, and they're like the key to getting more information. They also made them remember when I talked about that they are job roles and other energies jump in? Sometimes this is really helpful for the being that's in there. So for example, if you're trapped because you gave your whole energy to here, the first thing you're going to do is create all these job roles, because then other energies are going to come into that. And everyone expanding that you created that job role for is going to help you expand even more. So this is constantly happening. Even source, how people are just like, okay, that's it. What made source? I'm like, no, it's expanding. It's everything. It's infinity. So even that, the concept of source, there's more. It keeps expanding. more and more and more. And when something else gets created, more keeps happening. And it goes on. It doesn't end. It doesn't just go, okay, I'm done and I'm going to go here. That one continues. So that's why when I was talking about those memories that I have, about like that reptilian version that got split in half, but at the same time they're doing this energetic stuff over here and here and here and here, and all these things are happening at once. And it's because I'm in touch. I can do the multi-focus and it doesn't freak me out, and it's so normal to me. I can see how they're all happening and how they are me. I can see how there's very subtle things, and my energy is that I'm connected to is kind of almost all of it, but I can see why it's related to that me, if that makes sense. And it's wild because can you imagine everything stems from mine, but I know which one's mine, which it's weird, right? So that's what happens is you start to, the more you start getting to one point where you're like, okay, it's like this, okay, it's like this, you have to like do it like each thing at a time, kind of, if that makes sense.
It totally makes sense. I completely relate to what it's kind of like we're having the same type of experience. I'm just not where you're at yet, you
No,
know?
we all are having, that's the thing is we all are having it, but we're at different variations of that library. And we're also at different variations of understanding ourselves. Do you want to come? Are you okay with coming live, Trent? Do you want to come up here? Or do you want to stay in the comments?
Hey, I've got just a quick question. So, does thought, you call it thought form, right? Is that what you're calling it? Thought form?
Thought forms, yeah, yeah.
Okay, now those are eternal. There's like they go into the ether and they stay there, and or like what is happening? They don't just.
They're you. They're extensions of you. And so they're your thoughts. So we think thoughts are just like, we don't know that they're like alive. Our thoughts are alive.
Yeah, I'm learning
And
that.
yeah, so that's the thing is that people don't know that. So they think that like, yeah, they think it's like weird.
So
What
then,
defines what spiritual means. But come up here.
okay, yeah, I totally understand thought because I'm using that. I mastered mine, and I'm literally creating my own reality exactly the way that I want it. But I was just
I wouldn't
wondering what.
remember, wouldn't use the word mastering because these are you. So it's like saying you're mastering your heart or mastering your legs or something like that. It's you realizing they're parts of you that have their own like thing going on, and it's up to you. I'm going to do a whole series on it because there's so much. It's not just like I'm being very vague because it's the live, and unless someone asks a specific question, like that's like one of the sections. I just did a video as well, as the introduction, but there's so much because there's everyday life like finite thought form situations that could be so annoying, and those can also affect your spiritual like infinite like process as well. So they're both like kind of, they work together, but they are different in like understanding them, if that makes sense. But they work together kind of. So like for example, if you are ignoring a lot of versions of you that are like either annoying to you or whatever, and they're just like in the way, that could get you in the way of something that you're trying to like figure out spiritually that you're going through, because that part of you, that trauma, is being ignored and not met. And so those are thought forms. But anyway, I talk about it in the thing, but basically all of them, there's different things, and all of the stuff I even have is about working with thought forms, like all the things that I've made to help everybody with. So I
I
just
should
didn't
probably go
talk about
read
thought
or
forms
listen
because
to it.
it's deep. What?
Yeah. I said I should probably go listen to it because
Yeah, I have a
I'm
lot.
literally I'm literally dealing with this like as we speak. Like
Yeah,
that's kind
that's
of what I
probably why you
wanted
came.
to. That no, this is why I wanted to talk to you because something just happened to me, and I saw myself. It was really weird. I have a friend who's going through a lot of different things. Anyways, I was just giving them some advice, and then all of a sudden, it was like I had this vision, and at the same time, I heard, just go jump into the timeline and see what happens. And I thought that was so weird. And then I said, wait, can I do that? And then I had this vision, and I was driving in the car with this person, and this person said, I don't think I could take much more, which was one of the timelines that I was actually looking at. There's like two different timelines. There's one where I keep fighting, I expand, I'm the elephant in the room, and then there's another one where I can't take any more, I want to disappear. So it was weird. My vision was, I was in the car with him, and he turned to me and he said, I don't think I can take anymore. And then I like swallowed his thought form,
Yeah.
which is what I'm understanding. What I saw was me swallowing his thought form, and then it was like I jumped into that specific timeline because all of a sudden I knew what happened in the future on that timeline, and I came back with the information, which was so weird.
Yeah.
I've never done that before, you
So
know.
basically, they're realities. So I wouldn't say timelines anymore because timelines are about time, right? And it's gonna like start getting confusing because they're all different realities.
Right.
So
No, I knew they were
yeah,
different realities too. I'm
yeah,
just my vocabulary is not
yeah. But remember what we said about
exactly
that.
able
So
to
yeah.
line up with the
So
things I see.
yeah. So basically, when we do when we talk about the realities and stuff like that, it's important to know that because when you look at all the different realities and you get to see them, it's also there's no future. And so there's things that I have gone into and people would normally think that it's the future or that it is prophetic or that kind of thing. And the reason why is because it massive. Oh, it's repeating. Brent, I think it's echoing on
Okay.
yours.
So sorry about that.
Okay. Uh, so yeah. So when people think that things are prophetic or the future and stuff like that, it's because you are having more access to other versions of yourself and other things, right? And people aren't aware of this. They think that it's all about future and fortune telling and stuff like that because that makes sense in our linear thinking, right? But
Right. Which
when
is
we have
not
these
something that I
experiences,
deal with at all. I don't
yeah. So
I don't do those kinds of things. I don't do anything unless I'm led. So
oh, it's
I'm not been
repeating
led to
from one.
know about the future or talk about the future or even be taught about it. So
Yeah.
it's not something I deal with, and that's why I wanted to talk to you about what just happened to me and what,
Yeah,
you
so
know.
that's what I'm saying. So I can't, like I said, I can't go into specifics because that would be sessions, but I will. I'm talking about the what happens when you get to see all these different parallel realities and other versions of ourselves and things like that. When you're being shown things like that, they're usually us being able to see what's going on that is similar to something that's going on. It's always going to be relevant to what you're working on or what you need or want, even if you're unconscious.
Oh my
So
goodness.
if it's something that you unconsciously are like, oh my God, I really need this, you'll still see this. And so this is why when we see dreams, we sometimes have no idea what's going on because there are things that are deep down inside that we want. And you can say that's like your bigger energy helping you with that and reminding you have more that you want. So when we start seeing those things, for example, like a futuristic thing or knowing that something's happening, blah, 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 that's us visiting different versions, like I said. And there's also, if in my Patreon, I talk about the difference between astral, lucid dreaming, and reality shifting. The three are the same and different at the same time. And the difference is based on your intention and also your POV. And I talk about that, and that there's two parts. It's a class on the first tier. So if you're interested in knowing that, a lot of people find that helpful for working with their dreams and understanding what's going on in their dreams and their visions, because dreams and visions are the same thing. It's just that it's just having one when you're asleep and one when you're not asleep, right? But anyway, so that's basically that's kind of what I suggest. But yeah, it is basically you, not only you as a human, what you want, but also you observing how it works, like how they can look at this and that and put those things together. So it's like you're kind of having a look at what happens energetically when you're just living life and being a human. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Trent,
So
are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Just I had to go take this phone in to a tech
Okay.
center. See, only 4 people were tracking it. I mean, at least I'm not that popular.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, time to get a new phone. I'm still trying to get the other one all set up, so I was like, it's okay, I'll join it on the old one.
Oh, at least you're okay.
Yeah, we're good. I think my son wants me to get a tattoo by the amount of times I'm being stabbed with colored pencils, but other than that, we're good.
What color?
Yeah. We got green, we got blue, and we got red.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Find
you for
out.
the
How have
gift.
you been?
I'm okay.
Oh, something
Live
that you might be
yesterday.
anybody in America as well. There is a act that we are trying to get enough votes for to push forward. It is the I'm gonna get the first part wrong. I always do. The silent justice or voiceless justice and the Francis initiative or Frankie initiative. Getting people to go and vote on it, and it's voting for federal legislation to create a tracker for people who are suspected of narcissistic or sociopathic behavior and abuse.
Okay.
It creates an ongoing investigation on problematic personalities.
Well, that's hopefully that works.
Oh,
Hi.
that's funny. That reminds me of that movie where you can't commit a crime anymore because they know you're going to commit it before you do it.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
will
and who
say
needs to
that I
determine
will say
who is guilty of that and or not, and what's the parameters of that? There's a lot of potential for abuse with
Oh.
it too. I mean, it could help, but it could also harm.
that's why the parameters for it are set very, very strictly, because it's the key components of those mental illnesses that they can't hide. It's the parts that don't interchange. That's the focus of it.
Oh, okay.
Because each personality is going to exhibit it differently, so it focuses heavily on the consistencies and only the consistencies.
Are they getting help though?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of signatures going on right now at the moment, and pretty good
No, I
push.
mean like the person, like if they find out that they are susceptible to that, do they get help?
Yes, it is made
Okay.
to quickly try to be more preventive in
Okay.
nature. Like, hey, if it's already happening, it gives them something to use in court, because we went through, I don't know, probably 18 hours straight of reading the law to try and understand it. And essentially, you can use as much psychological abuse as you want in the United States and not be charged anything.
Oh, interesting. It makes sense
So,
because they always do it in courts. They usually do it based by physical things. So that's probably why, right?
yep. And also because I think they're either third place or fifth place for the most known sociopaths is the law industry.
Oh no.
So it'll be interesting if it does take action, because that's going to put a lot of people out of a job.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have been in the first place.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
But I won't hold my breath. It's just an effort. Bubba, no, don't color on the couch.
Robin, did you have a question or topic?
I had to. My phone died yesterday when we were
Uh-huh.
talking, and I missed the rest of what we were kind of saying, and I just didn't know was there anything that we were covering after that? I was trying to think of what we were talking about when my phone died, because I was really interested in it, and then my
We talked
phone
about a
died.
lot of stuff.
So do you remember?
I will be posting it. So on page
Oh, okay, great.
on
I'll check it out. Yeah.
YouTube. But
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I'm gonna watch your video on thought forms because I think that's really interesting. I'm curious to know more about that, and yeah, just trying to. Oh, I just wanted to tell you too, like earlier when your previous guest was talking about being a video game,
Yeah.
and you were saying like how you can ask your energies to kind of tell you more, and you were giving questions like prompts, and that's
Uh-huh.
helpful because a lot of the times I draw a blank, I don't know what to ask, or how to kind of delve into things or ask for help. I do ask for help frequently, but I don't
Yeah.
ask specific things, and so because I just kind of like seven was like seven.
Uh-oh, it got cut out.
I'm just new to this, and I don't think of good questions. So
That don't think that because there's it's so cute. Janine is someone who's been with me since the beginning of all of the stuff I've worked on. And she in the beginning thought she couldn't ask questions. And it's basically you finding out what, I know it sounds silly, but it's you finding out what questions mean to you. And for her, there's more to it and it took time, but it was her feeling comfortable about the topics that are going on. And she didn't think that it had to be, like, she thought it had to be a very specific way. And I think it's because also in her case, there's a lot of like spiritual stuff that's like that, where they really want it to be focused on blah, blah, blah. And I'm kind of weird. Like, I'm not like the typical stuff where I'm interested in what you want more than what you think something else is. So, like, obviously, I do love reframing for everyone, what people say, but I like live for what you have to bring to the table, what comes from your life and things like that. And so when she found out that that's what it was
yeah, I love
about,
that.
it was very easy for her because she was like, oh, it wasn't about, obviously, like I said, I'm happy to reframe and talk about spiritual topics and what they actually mean in an empowered way that you can explore. I really love when someone just brings up something magical that happens in their life or what they're struggling with magically in their life or whatever, like so when she got that, you couldn't stop her questions. But it is a process and
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
practice. And yeah, and I'm a safe space for that because I do know how that feels where, if you think that that is something that you're struggling with, it means that you were kind of put in that position where you couldn't really question or whatever, right? So that's also why I do the sessions because that gives you I kind of start you off with I encourage, like, I tap into your energies and I kind of encourage them to help you out if you are struggling. So that's also what kind of,
Ah, that'd be great. Yeah.
yeah. And then also it can be the mind, body, spirit kind of not harmonized in the sense that you're not understanding those parts of yourself. You don't know that they exist. And so people think harmonizing or balancing and stuff like that means you have to do all these things, but it's actually just knowing that they exist. That's it. And so that series is in my second tier of Patreon and it goes through all of them. So it's like a checklist. It's also just to have a look at like what you have on offer. And so, yeah, that's one of the, that can be a reason why people don't know what to ask also.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna look through all your stuff. I haven't had an opportunity to really do that yet, but I wanted to check out what you have on offer and get into some of that stuff to help me a little bit better. And I'm also gonna do a session with you too. Because
Yeah.
I think
I
that
have
would
a
be really
feeling if you were to
beneficial.
look on Patreon, I think you're ready for the second tier. But if you're not ready, you can just do the first
Okay.
tier. But I think you could because
Okay.
the second tier has that. And you're looking for, you know that you want to ask questions and you want to do this and that. So like, it's kind of like, I don't know, it feels like you're ready for that. A lot of people are just, they want to watch
Okay.
stuff and they're not sure. But I think you're ready for that second part.
Okay. Cool.
You,
Cool.
you
Thank you
think
for
you are.
Yeah.
It also
That
has the
topic on
antics.
energy. I say the income situation might be changing here pretty soon. I gave up on the went for a different kind of manifestation. Almost kind of crapped my pants when it actually worked.
Oh,
Because at one point I was like, okay, maybe I'm just crazy. It actually worked, and I went from being broke to Monday. I am getting a six-figure salary.
that is amazing. Oh, look at you, Trent.
So
How's the group too? Did you get to
things
talk to the group yet?
a little bit, not a whole lot, but
Do you like the
uh,
feeling so
I
far?
will say, yeah,
Oh, that's
well, a little
good.
better. It's getting better.
Oh,
But I
I'm
was
so
going to let
excited.
anyone who's watching or listening, everybody's got a different take on how this stuff impacts your life.
Yeah.
There, if you full surrender, make sure that you remember to pump the brakes every once in a while, otherwise things will get weird.
They
Things will
will.
get wild, and they will get out of hand.
I agree.
I I got into the out of hand part. So just take it in stride and don't be afraid of any of it.
Yeah. And don't be is try to work on stubbornness because that's when things get out of hand for me anyway. When I get stubborn, the more out of hand it gets. And it's okay, but just like it's something to be aware of because I'm extra stubborn and really dramatic things will happen because of that stubbornness.
Yeah, I kind of turned into, okay, screw the universe, I'll do it myself. I've done
Yeah.
everything myself before, I'm going to do it again. And then everything just kind of,
Hmm.
it got wild. Just to put it short and sweet, it got wild.
Yeah.
Also, if you have birds show up and hit your windows and attack, I will point you to who's to blame. And I will say that every time. Scaring the crap out of me.
I don't know if only Camille is the one that's aware of what happened, but yeah, if you guys want to know, uh, it was because I sent out a call energetically to anyone who is ready that it's time and not to kind of lie to themselves. And so it came in the form of a bird and tapped on Trent's window.
Tapped is an understatement. That thing was trying to remove my window. Oh, ruffled up feathers, slamming its beak into the window, and would not leave no matter how much chewing took place or even if I hit the window.
Oh, I hope the bird's okay. And also you.
Oh, we're both fine, but I was just kind of like, okay, this is getting weird. I could probably go outside and poke this thing with a stick or something. It would not move. So I go outside and, yep, it's still there. Just staring at me like, what? What?
Like, hi.
And then I ended up getting on TikTok not too long later and somehow ended up in your live. And you ended up saying word for word all the crap that I had been told about before. And so I'm sitting here going, and then when you said wizards, or like, oh, if you think you're into wizards or identify with wizards or with vampires, I'm like, yeah, it's literally happening in order. The words are appearing in order. Okay, this is getting weird. All right. Just a small implosion of the brain went down, and you accept it. You understand that there's things going on that you're not fully aware of, but it ends up explaining a lot of stuff in your past, and
Yep.
you grow from it.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't read your name. I can only hear you talking because I don't have my glasses on. It starts with the T, I think.
Yeah, Trent.
Yeah, you can call me Trent.
Nice. Okay, so I just was gonna let you know if you message me if you ever want to talk, we can totally talk about manifestation because I'm literally like doing all of it and it's totally working. I'm manifesting the craziest shit you wouldn't even believe. So just let me know if you want to chat about it. Hit me up.
Might have to. I was getting frustrated and decided to go willy nilly with it. Next thing I know, I have somebody stopping by offering me these vacation trips that are programs for veterans. I'm contacted. He just came up and he's like, oh, yeah, there's helicopter rides and all this other stuff. I was like, how? What? And so I went back and checked my notebook and I'm like, oh, son of a gun. I was vague, but it worked. Got to get more
Right?
specific.
I love that. I try not to be vague when I manifest.
And just keep
But
in
yeah,
mind, Tara, it is different per person though. So
no, yeah.
it is different with every
Well, it's
all.
different, but it's also the same. There's also a recipe
No,
that
Oh my
makes the
that
perfect cake.
unfortunately, Tara, that's something I disagree with. That is a that's a finite thinking. So
yeah.
if it
I tried everything I found online and it
you can
never
make a
worked for me.
recipe for yourself, but you can't make recipes for others. So the recipe for yourself would be like, and you don't, I wouldn't recommend making a recipe for yourself, but that would work. It would kind of, what I would think it does if you do it for yourself is it would stop you from expanding past that. You would just stay in that recipe because any kind of recipe or structure like that is always finite thinking. So I know this sounds weird, but all of these things that we're working on, it's all about, like a lot of Eastern religions, they talk about letting go and being empty and things like that. And they went a bit extreme with it, but that's kind of what it means. So, or not having attachments and stuff like that. So that's what that actually means is that you're freely swimming in all the information of the primal waters, if that makes sense. So no building islands and houses unless you need to organize things. But because basically finite thinking, and obviously finite thinking is great, but not for infinity stuff. So it's like
Can I?
it takes practice to see which one makes sense. So finite thinking would be, for example, if you want to make a cake, if you want to make some medicine that's going to heal people, if you want to, we'll see, I'm trying to think of other ones. If you want to mix colors to make the same color again for a painting, those kind of things where they're little steps that give you a desired outcome that's the same all the time. So in finite thinking, that's for finite things, like things that have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and
Right.
to our
Which
knowledge
is
are
our
finite.
manifestations are finite.
They're
Listen, our
not.
manifestations are finite.
No. Finite would mean
Really?
that they only are one thing, that they have an end. And it's not true. It's cycles. And cycles never end. We think that they
Dude,
end. We say, oh, the end of the year. That's fake. It's a cycle. It's never ending. So it's a POV. So like you will see the ending. It will be like just like when someone passes away, you see the ending from your POV. But it isn't even an ending if you think about it, because even that person, their codes kind of go into your life and you always have memories of them and all these things. But we see it as the ending because that is the way that we have been brought up and the way that we see life around us. But in that sense, everything doesn't end. There's no ending. And you know that, Tara. But anyway, in this even manifestation, it's infinite. And there's different
Well, I'm
ways.
talking about material things that, like the material things that you manifest are finite, as what I was
Yeah,
saying.
those are finite in quotes, but the process to have those is not finite because we see it as a finite thing, which is like a little grouping of something. It's a patchwork quilt kind of, but it comes from something infinite. And so for us to even get that thing, it is actually from the infinite. It has nothing to do with the actual object because the object is ours. It's not, we think it's separate from us and it's a finite thing, but it's actually ours. And so when we want something, it means that it already belongs to us and it's a part of us. And and we're getting out of the way. But because we're in a simulation and we can make things happen. So you can make anything happen, even if if we don't understand what's going on, we can still make things happen. So the same thing goes with someone who, like long-term manifestation, because we're manifesting all the time. Like that's how we live. So like, for example, when I pick this up, I'm manifesting. This bowl came from nowhere, but like it's a type of manifesting. So when we're manifesting like goals or things that we want, those might be, I'd say it's more, we're kind of when we think it's just a thing that's not bigger as in like what we feel about it, we think it's just the thing. We're still going to get the same results, but it means that we don't understand it. So we don't understand that it's actually it's not like something that we're just like getting. Like we're not like, oh, this is mine. Like, you know what I mean? It's ours already. And so that's why it's weird. And it's not like it's ours already in another reality. It literally is ours. It's just that our body and our conception of what we're thinking, we have to catch up with it. And so when we think it's the object that we want, it's not. It's the things that are tied to that object. It's the things that are ours. Does that make sense?
Um, I drifted off. Listen,
Okay.
listen,
Well, so the thing is
listen. I think
you
that I'm
you're
disagreeing with you right now, and I'm not going to say anything. Is what's
okay.
happening.
Okay. Well, the thing is the way that you do it it has nothing to do with the way that it works, if that makes sense. Does that make
Well,
sense?
no, that doesn't make any sense to me. No,
Okay. So the
because
way that
I
we
think
do
there's a
things,
way to do it where you can struggle and not know and sit in the doing, trying, or you can just manifest because you know.
yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you can do the trying or you can just do it and just like sit there and not do anything. You can do all of those things without understanding how it works big picture. Like you can do that without that. And so what I'm saying is
I
it
speak
makes it
about mine
easier
first.
Yeah,
on
because
you for
everybody's always
everything.
manifesting all the time. That's
What?
what we. I said everyone's always manifesting all the
Yeah,
time.
that's
They
what I
just
said.
don't
So
know
like
that
right
they're
now I
doing
just
it.
manifested this bowl. So that's what I'm saying is just because I manifested this bowl doesn't mean that, like, let's say I didn't understand how it works. I could do like this, I could manifest this bowl and still manifest it without knowing because we do it all the time. So that's what I'm saying is you can still get results and come up with, because humans do this all the time with everything. We can come up with little plans of how to do things and measure things and try different things how to do it without understanding how it works. Just like, for example, people can have a phone without knowing how to make a phone. It's the same thing. And we do that all the time as humans. So we can do things and find new ways to do stuff, but it doesn't mean that we understand the big picture of how it works, like how it actually happens. And when we find out how it actually happens, this is when you can actually make it make sense for you and not be so intense or get mad at yourself or whatever. So that, and I'm not talking about people specifically. Some people, it will make them upset because their style of energy is going to be different and it's all different. So the same thing happens with like astral projection. There's a lot of problems with this because the way that people started to introduce it and the way they talked about it, it was great because then it got people to know that it's a possibility. But then the people who started doing it didn't understand how it works big picture. And so they started showing that they did it and they thought that everyone can do it that way. And that's not true because that it shows that you have to only do this. That's what they did, not you, but they did. They said you have to only do it this way or you're not doing it. And so then everyone starts like doing, years go by and everyone starts doing their own versions of it. And they're like, I did it. And so they start gatekeeping it. And then if someone talks about their experience of astral travel, they're like, that's not really astral because you didn't do this. Did you have this? And they start testing each other. This is what happens later, what people do. So with teaching someone something, we can't teach people to do things. We can only teach them how to learn about themselves to do those things. Does that make sense? That is the best way to teach. So other teaching styles that everyone does is they teach them like a project. And so what you're doing is you're teaching them how to do it how you did it or how someone taught you
Okay,
to do it.
listen, I'm not trying to teach anybody anything, okay?
Oh
This
no,
is
I'm just
all
telling you about it. I'm
like
just
I just
talking
want
about
to
it.
talk. I want to talk about it. I want to share who's manifesting what. Let's talk about it.
Okay,
That's all.
so Tara, don't get, it's okay, but the reason the people who come, like, it's for asking questions about stuff. So we used to have like a sharing thing like on one of the other platforms, and people kind of like started to come here more. But most of it is like everyone who comes on here usually asks questions, and sometimes we flow and it gets natural and we talk about stuff. But like, it's usually people make an effort to like, even if their question has nothing to do with like a bigger thing, they make it into a bigger thing because that's kind of how the live works. So, like even though that's fun, it's fun and I don't want to like mess with the flow, but that's kind of how we've been doing it. That's kind of the style of the live because otherwise like that's what I've put together. And the reason why, and I've been doing it for years, so I've been doing this so that people feel safe to ask questions and learn how to ask questions. So, and like I said, it's not a problem. I'm not like, I'm just saying that that's how the live
No,
is.
no, I understand you.
And
And
so
that's
like,
why I was telling him to message me, because I know that's not something to be done right now here in your live.
exactly, but at the same time, Trent he comes here for that specific reason to like, do you know what I mean, right? And so like what would be for me personally, just as a personal thing, like I'm just going to tell you because we talked about boundaries yesterday, my boundaries of like limitations and how it works for me. If we were to like, let's say you had a page and you decided to like you were having a page and you were like going live and stuff like that, and we decided to go live together because we wanted to talk about topics together, that would be more what I would be into personally. But if it's this live is for people to ask questions, and some people are shy, so they listen to the questions. So if it gets into something else, it's not like, you know what I mean? Like people are not coming for that. So do you see what I mean? And so it's like, I've built this for this. So I just wanted to let you know that. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. That's why I told him to message me, because I knew it wasn't something to be done right here in your live.
Yeah. No, but also, yeah. I don't know if you get that, what I'm trying to say, other than that, like telling someone to
I get
message
it.
them as
You
well
want
as,
him asking you questions, getting answers from
yeah,
you. I
because that's what my
understand.
life is about.
He's on
So,
your page. I get it. I
yeah, no, I
understand.
know. Yeah, but you do understand how it kind of it does hurt my feelings a bit too, like to do that, like because it's like the whole point of the life is that, and so I don't know, like I don't,
Well, you shouldn't have hurt feelings about
I
it.
can't help having hurt feelings. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying I have hurt feelings. So
I mean, there was no ill intention. I just heard a fellow manifester and I thought we could hype each other up. That was all.
okay, yeah,
Away from here, even. I wasn't even doing it here inside. Look, I just came up to ask a question, anyways, and I already did, so
okay,
thank you.
that's okay. You guys can go ahead and ask questions though.
I was gonna say I ended up getting slapped in the face with the manifestation just only because I was like, okay, I have to find a job. Went around the city, collected, all the applications I could, and then I sat back and I was like, you know what? It would be really nice if I could just throw my account up on some random job hiring site and somebody would hit me up
Yeah.
and give me a
Oh,
job that
sorry. Hey, can you hear
is
me,
one of my
Nicole?
skills that puts me in.
Oh, yeah, Janine. Hi, Janine.
Hi. Sorry. Before he starts talking about that, I just wanted to throw another perspective for Tara. I know she apologized, but as a listener coming to Nicole's live, I know Nicole as like a mentor and what she talks about, and so it's a little bit it kind of makes me a little upset when I hear people trying to pull somebody to their page, message me for this, message me for that. It's really weird and odd. It's like going into somebody else's store when somebody's shopping in their store and saying, hey, my store's next door. Can you come into my store? I have great stuff too. It's
No,
just
no,
weird.
stop, just stop, okay? I didn't do that. That's not what happened.
Okay. Okay. Well,
You
I just
want to
wanted to throw in
receive
my
it through that
perspective.
filter? Go
It
ahead,
it's
okay?
that was just my
But you're not going to
perspective.
come at me right now.
All right. All right. Take care, you guys. Nicole, I'm so glad you went live.
Oh, okay.
All
Good to
right.
see you, Janine.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Be
Oh,
like
no,
water.
I don't want drama. Please.
Be
I was like,
like
help.
water.
I want to disappear. I'm gonna be right back. You
No.
guys don't go away. I'm gonna get some water because I just don't know what to do. Hold on.
Just breathe 4 seconds in, pause for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds. At least that's what they taught us to do when stuff was blowing up. Hey, Bubba. Well, you got some socks? Those aren't going to fit my feet. Those are your socks. Well, I guess we're trying. Well, hello, Robin. If you're still listening. How are you today?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Oh, but what I was going to mention is I hit an epiphany just by kind of giving up. At the same time,
Yeah.
I went and got the job applications. I looked at the work that was available. I looked at the people that were there, and I went, man, I haven't found a single person who's happy to be where they are at work. And I just stopped at 30 plus establishments.
Oh.
I don't want that in my life. And so I just sat back and I thought, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to throw my, yeah, Bubba. He's trying to put his socks on my feet. It's not working. Hey, Bubba. But I just thought, okay, I'm going to throw up a posting on a random job board and see if somebody might contact me for a position. I put no salary intention, put nothing like that, and I only listed the skills that I can do with my eyes closed.
Oh my
And
God.
not even 24 hours later, I got people trying to hire me, and then one of them pop up and say, hey, we'll give you this much an hour. Let us ask you some questions. I was like, okay. And then after another day, they offered me a $25 bonus on top of that wage for the hourly rate. And I was just sitting here going, do I talk about this? I was like, well, first let's see what the work is. So I asked them. Yeah, it's something I can do in my sleep. It's something that my weird memory can do with extreme ease. They're like, oh yeah, you have to go to this website, you have to go to this website, and you have to go to this website to check the rules and regulations, and then you have to match it with this. And I was like, I can remember all of this after one reading. Oh crap, it worked. Holy crap, it worked. And then,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Let go of my toe.
Yay.
Sorry. So I don't know how I stumbled into it fully, but it kind of like, I don't know, messed with my head, as all of this stuff does, because I'm just not used to thinking of it entirely that way yet.
Yeah.
Oh, synchronicities happen.
Oh.
Oh. Sorry, I just got kicked in the privates. Buddy, that wasn't nice. It wasn't too nice. But
Janine, do you want to come back
was-
up? I didn't know if Janine, I think Janine got scared, so I'm just like,
when you were gone, I tried to say hello to Robin, but I don't know if they're still here or not.
yeah, Robin, are you here? I think a lot of people got scared, including me. Oh, no, Robin.
I'm here. I'm working, so I sometimes I can't answer. So
Oh,
yeah,
that's okay.
I heard everything, but I just couldn't chime in right then that second. So yeah, drama live.
It's okay
wanted
because
to
I was
interact.
scared too, so I get it. I'm like, I don't know what to do.
I know
Well,
it was pretty
people-
awkward. Sorry that happened. That's unfortunate.
Next time, I want you to try this fun thing that I got to learn from the government.
What did you learn?
Stare, count to 10. Slowly count to 10. And say, yes, that is your opinion. And then
That
go
is
back
your
to staring. Say it slowly and controlled. It disrupts people who are looking to feed on energy.
Okay.
When somebody's really wanting you and your attention, you just relax as much as possible, almost like you just woke up out of bed. Lazy eye, look at them. Relaxed eyes. And, yep, and then just,
I think you
yes.
great though.
That is your
Nicole. I
intent.
think you explained very nicely and calmly and did a
Oh,
great.
absolutely.
I tried to do
When they
loopholes,
did-
and the loopholes weren't working.
No, I think you were very understanding and very patient, and so I think you were great. So, you can't control every
you
other
wanted to be-
directions.
But it's okay.
If you want to be more direct with it, just say it's an A and B conversation. You see your way out of it. But yeah, you did handle it well. And if somebody keeps digging, you can go ahead and completely detach. And what I mean by that is what they taught us is you can throw people off who are interrogating you. And it's from SEER school. It's where they torture you and all the other fun stuff. And you have to try and escape. They teach you how to resist interrogation. And one of them is it messes with people's minds and makes them think. Because when they're doing that, the part of the brain that's activated is the predatory state.
Okay.
So it's a human being who is hunting. Since we're social creatures, a lot of us hunt through social means. To deactivate it, act as disinterested as possible, just like you, like I said, like you just woke up and you're still not aware of everything going on. And then you say a phrase that gives them their authority, but puts their authority only on them, saying, yes, that is your opinion. I'm not being confrontational. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I agree. That is, in fact, your opinion. And I'm detached. The predatory response in the brain gets shut off because the hunt's not working. And so now they're forced back into their frontal lobe trying to understand the dynamics of the conversation they're in.
Okay. I'm gonna try it. I don't know if I can, but I'll try.
I did it with door-to-door salesmen and a lot of Mormons when I was in Utah.
They do that in the door-to-door?
No, I started using it against it because I was staying in an apartment in Utah, and every Mormon family wanted me to marry their daughter. And so I got to the point where like people were coming to my apartment and trying to let themselves in.
Ew.
And so I just started detaching and staring at them.
Okay.
You blink slowly and not very often, and just pick a phrase that is so neutral or that gives them their authority to themselves, but nothing else.
Okay. All right.
Deactivate the prey drive.
I'll do it. It's good. It's good to try, I guess, on TikTok because I think, or no, maybe in person. I don't know. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Well, if you still have to do any work with customer service, you could throw it in there if somebody's being very problematic.
I'm done with that. I've done so much customer service. I've done my time. I refuse.
12 Oh, goodness.
All different types.
Here. Yeah. Oh, I would like to say thanks to you and Camille, the nightmares and the crazy, crazy adventures when I fall asleep have finally come to a close.
Oh, good. Yay. But yeah, you can always revisit them so that they don't, like it's the thing that I've been talking about with thought forms. Basically, like that's what happens is when you start to talk to, those versions of you and things like that, you end up being able to do that, if that makes sense. So like you're able to it's there, like, because what we do is we're like, oh my God, and we don't know what's going on and we get like all wild. But if you just like literally go through the things, it ends up being like they become familiar and they're integrated instead of all over the place doing random stuff. And so that can happen in dreams as well.
And it certainly was happening.
Yeah.
Got wild. Buddy, what are you doing? What you doing? Stop that. Here, come on.
So anyone that
You don't.
that has questions, don't be shy. You can come up and talk with us. We're kind of some people are working and so if you guys want to come up, come on up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to keep my son entertained as we go along here.
You're saying dreams are like visions. You're just having them while you're asleep, rather than in a waking state. Is that right?
What was that?
Dreams. You were saying that dreams are just visions that you're having in a sleeping state.
Yeah, they're a bit more complex than that because I'd say they're closer to, they're all kind of the same, right? If you think about it, you're shifting. It just really depends on what the POV is. And so that's kind of the key. And that's in the classes that I have in the first tier of Patreon. I talk about that. I think it's the different, I think Camille already watched them. There's 2 parts, and the first part is about like, what's the difference between the two and why are they the same kind of? And it's like about the POVs and stuff. And then the second one is how to like interact with them and like have, try it out yourself. So that's kind of what the 2 are. And I kind of talk about how, it is about POVs. And when we did it, like, for example, with trends, we did it through the POV. So you start with yourself and then you move around and you kind of see which versions are you, which versions are another version of you mixed with you. Like you can find those things out. And then Camille and I did it also in a session together, and hers was amazing. It was so cute. I mean, Trent's was too. And when you do that, you get to meet, like, you get to kind of find out why, like, even if you woke up or something, you can kind of find out why that happens. Like, why are you even awake and that thing is happening when you're awake? Like, so it's all tied together, because we think when we go to sleep, a lot of people, when you first start paying attention to what's going on, you think, oh, I'm going into work. And I even said it, because it feels like that. And it really is kind of like that. You're like, oh, I'm going to work. And I was making jokes because I was always so tired and things like that. And sometimes you are, but sometimes you're working on yourself. Like that could be also why you're tired. But there's all kinds of stuff going on. And that's how you find out, is to find out kind of like what POV is it. Yeah, but anyway.
I definitely had dreams where I wasn't my human myself in the dream, and I just thought I was just having a really creative dream or something. Of course, at
I mean,
that
it
time,
is creative, but everything is, right?
right? Exactly.
So you were having a creative dream, you're right, but it was more than that, right? So it's basically, you can tell by revisiting it and going through that process. I don't know, were you here when we went through trends, and it was like with the bear and stuff like that, the little bear?
I don't think I was here for that.
Oh, okay.
No. Mm-mm.
So yeah, that's what we did. Would you guys
Yeah, I'm
like
like,
to do some remote viewing, like fun remote viewing?
Oh yeah, that would be awesome, but I'm not going to be able to concentrate on it probably
Okay.
for about 10 minutes. So,
Okay,
but
so in
I
10
can
minutes,
join in. I don't want to hold you guys up or
we
anything.
won't
but
start until 10 minutes, because I
Okay,
want
okay.
you guys to be able to engage, because
Okay.
it's really boring if if I do it. I've done it before where people had to leave and stuff. So if you guys can, even if people can text or write, it's fine. But it's better, obviously, if you're talking. It's like easier. Because what I do is I not only show you like the process, but also I show you how what to ask, who to like, I'm like, which beings to go look at, and then we all look together.
Okay.
And then it's also fun because everyone else can say stuff too. They can say, oh, I see this, and so then we can go and see that, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So
Great. Cool.
very
Cool.
fun. Those are also on Patreon as
I
well.
think I got enough sourdough. I should be able to do it.
What was that, Trent?
Sorry, I thought I was muted. My apologies. I was saying in 2 minutes, I was like, I think I have enough sourdough to keep them entertained. I baked some bread and keep just like shredding it apart and eating it.
So yeah, if anybody wants to come up here, we're gonna do remote viewing in about 10 minutes when Robin's ready. But until then we can talk. We can do questions as well.
Oh, there is one thing I've been wanting to ask about, but I still don't know how to ask. A question for it.
It can be a talk.
I had one evening, had a lot on my mind, and I was like, you know what? There's a lot of dots here I can't connect.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can have them connected for me when I'm asleep. Like when I wake up, maybe they'll all make sense. Well, I went to sleep at 11, wake up at 3 a.m., soaked in sweat, and I just sat down on the floor, stayed really still, and somehow figured out the answer to stuff I've been wondering about for years. Like all of a sudden all of it made sense.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it even happened. It connected the dots on stuff that happened from when I was like age of 7 all the way up to the present moment. And I was like, that just caused and affect everything. It
Yeah.
took away so much, I don't want to call it anxiety. It was more overthinking. Like, what is the reason for why this happened? What's the reason for why this happened?
Yeah.
But no, I came to, and all of a sudden I understood the cause and effect for all of it.
When you start showing other versions of you that are very vulnerable, that you're ready and you can handle it, they start sending stuff to you to process it because they couldn't process it. So that is a good sign. It means that they think you're worthy, or not worthy, but a safe place to process emotions. And it doesn't even have to be deep emotions. It can be literally just processing what happened. Sometimes they can be very young versions of you that just need to be heard, and you need to, have a little bit of a hand situation. But that's how that happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this is stuff that I have like not absently mindedly thought about. I have put it pen to paper so many times trying to figure out why did this happen? Why did this happen? This was so specific and so strange and so bizarre.
Yeah. That's
Like
how
someone
it
showing
starts.
up,
You have to
like
hold space first before you can get to unlock more, like the bigger picture. Because if you that like that's why I talk about the shadow thought forms, how they are can be doorways sometimes, because they're versions of you that came to answer a question, but they're so heavy in neglect and been put away and embarrassment, sadness, whatever it is. And when they see that those versions of you are ready to integrate by sitting with those emotions, they will start coming like that. And that's what you get, is you get the wisdom of the bigger picture. And so that's a part of the process, because you, as the now version of you, is always the most powerful. Even if you're unempowered, you are the most powerful. And so the more you learn of how you are powerful and you start empowering yourself, that's when they think you're a safe space. And so you hold their emotions and process them with them in any way or form. Sometimes, like I said, they're so young that they just need you to hold their hand and sit with them and feel it in your body and see where it's located. And that's all they need. And so when you do that
okay,
process, you open a door to what you always wanted, which is probably to understand why, right? And so you both have access to the bigger picture, because you're both clear now and in the now. And so
well,
the in the now you has all of that, has the whole map, right?
well, it left me dumbfounded and confused enough to the point where I actually went to go visit a random cemetery. And sure enough, one of the ladies who passed by during that time, she was there.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, this is this is interesting, but I just left dumbfounded. One,
Yeah.
how would I have known that? Two,
That's that.
I would have never found that out without having somebody explain their part of it to me. And then all of a sudden, one night, I just wishfully think about it like that would be a very awesome experience if I could one day figure out what all of this meant.
Yeah,
Go to
exactly.
sleep, wake up in a panic, and ta-da.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just, yeah, you basically open that door, which is great. You were that, and it's a good sign. It means that you're really, you know, you're the versions of you feel comfortable with processing the emotions together, instead of it just being like, because when we're not ready, again, it's not a bad thing either. It just means that we're not feeling great. And it's one of those things that when you can actually see that you're feeling like great, it's like it's perfect, right? Like you can, like, it's one of the indications that yeah, you're giving yourself a chance and you're being nice to yourself, and you know you're empowering and your sovereignty. So
And
yeah.
with your experience of all this, how bad is it if you accidentally open someone's eyes? I
What
had
do
a
you mean by
childhood
open
friend
someone's
that
eyes?
I ran into, and he, on multiple levels, he thought that his family was good. I was like, dude, your family was in cahoots with
Oh,
mine. They were not good.
yeah,
That one started there. And then he just started asking me questions, and I started answering back, not realizing I was doing more of an energy reading
yeah,
because he wasn't saying what was on his mind. I wasn't looking at him. We were just walking
yeah,
and walking down this trail that takes us through the woods. And I just started speaking what I thought he was intending to say. And I turn around and he's bawling his eyes out. And it got weird. It got very quiet for the next 2 hours. And then was extremely euphoric. Like everything was really nice to him, really exciting, really happy. And now I'm getting random text messages about the most confusing concepts,
yeah,
but I know that they're unique to him. They're important to him.
yeah.
And so I'm just trying to help him understand it. But at the same time, what is how do you kind of regulate that, or not regulate it, but
So
get a
it's
better
that's
hold
the
on if
boundary
somebody's
thing,
ready for it or
remember?
not?
So the boundary is with yourself, not others. And Robin and I were talking about this yesterday. So when you have boundaries with others, because we will think, oh, it's the other person, you can start with the other person. But basically, what it is there's something that you were working on or doing or whatever, and if you feel like that was too much or uncomfortable or whatever, it means that you need to readjust. Remember your manifesto of what you like and don't like, so that because that is what comes in when you're working on that manifesto thing, that the list of what you like and don't want in your life. And then when you actually enforce boundaries, those enforcements sometimes are for the person and sometimes they're for you. So if you can find a way, like what happened earlier with the lady, I don't have too much practice with how I enforce that. I tried a bit. Like yesterday I didn't. Like I was just going for it and talking to her like full on. And so that's kind of my fault. It's not her fault. So that's why I was trying to be gentle about it, because it's actually my fault. I did, but I didn't do it, like I didn't do one that's enforcing. I kind of like was like dee, and she was like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna keep going, right? And so today the same thing happened, and I tried to do it while she came in, and I wasn't able to enforce it.
Yeah.
So then on top of this, like what Trent's talking about is another way of this happening, where mine is people are drawn to me for my tap, right? And I talk about this is an energy thing. And even I myself, there was a point where I didn't know this at all. I had no idea. And so I thought that I was the one that was doing this, like how Trent is thinking this. I'm like going like this and this. But we need to know that even if that person's not saying a word, that's even a bigger indication that your energy is basically being used, even though the person's not doing it. Because sometimes it's being used. And it's not a bad thing, it's natural. But being aware of it and being like, oh, okay, this is like a bit like, I'm not going to be a part of this. And saying that can stop it. And if we don't get to know that, it's going to be like, do you know what I mean? It's going to be like all over the place. So it's about you being conscious of starting up. I had to pay attention when people do this. So I started seeing things, like I started feeling that, like with this and other, I felt it a lot, but I ignore it. And so the first stage is understanding that it exists, which I do, but I'm still in the stage where I can feel it happening, but I ignore it. And I'm like, nah, I'm going to keep doing it. And then something like this happens where it gets like that, because I'm still doing the enforcement. What?
I'm saying I felt like I was at fault because I accidentally uncovered too much.
No, you're not. You're being natural, but the part that's doing a disservice to you and other people is that you are not watching what you can do. So if that makes you feel uncomfortable, it's not a bad thing. If you feel bad about it, it's not a bad thing. It's just that is your manifesto, and you need to be able to find a way that aligns with your way of enforcing it. You saw how I suck. And I'm not being mean to myself, but I'm working on it. Like you could see, you guys got to see it. Like it's like you can see that I'm still, and I know that I need to work on it. But it's maybe the other steps. How to not be a tap. The other steps I did it, but I didn't. I'm still the enforcing. I need to find a way that it is like you were giving me advice about how to look and things like that. I need something like that that's very certain that I'm like, no, but at the same time it's gentle, because I want to be myself. And so it's very hard to do that because I'm so used to just doing it. I'm just like, it's fine. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to ignore this. It's fine. You know what I mean? So I'm at the stage I will bring it up, but people don't like that because I'm still being soft and they're confused. And so that's what happened, basically.
This is awful, but if you know how to answer your messages, or a way to answer your messages while maintaining your live, I can coach you through a lot of the parts to basically deactivate the brain of somebody who's feeling like they need to push their agenda or be attention seeking.
Maybe we can talk about it later. I think I need to survive this first, because it's still like a bit upsetting, but
you need to decompress a little bit.
But yeah, definitely, like I'd like that. Because
I have dealt with
it happens to me a lot.
I got it.
It happens to me a lot, and I get tricked. Like even yesterday I was talking about how I get tricked, I always get tricked because, and the trick is not a real trick. It's because I literally see the person, like not the person, the energy. And I just don't see the person, even though I feel it and I have like really worked on it. Like I talked about how I worked on it yesterday. I still like it happens clearly. I mean, it's okay. Like, and it's not, and it's never like the person really, it is really me. It's because I need to, like, I need to find a way that's very obvious. Like, no one can deny it. It doesn't matter what type of person they are. It needs to be undeniable and it needs to fit me and feel comfortable because enforcing is about feeling comfortable about it. So if you don't feel comfortable about it, it's not going to come across. They're still going to be like, no, like she doesn't mean that. Like, you know what I mean? Like it clearly, right? But if you find a way to enforce it, but at the same time, it's your style, people can't deny that. And so I need like something where like I would like your inspiration from you, Trent, and I need to mix it with like my style or whatever.
Yes. Don't use my style. Mine's more smartassery. I got to the point where I was like, hey, if you're going to keep being rude and mean, I'm going to make you bite your own tail.
Yeah.
And so I learned how I could
Mine's a bit more,
turn around and
I'd say
else.
my dark side is in not really dark because remember, dark is about potential. But my side that humans call dark would be, I would just like do something secretive to like make it happen. But it's a trauma response. All darkness that people think is darkness because it's not actually darkness, is potential. But the darkness they think about is actually trauma responses. So my response for me is to secretly get people back that it's not going to hurt them, but it's going to make them feel inconvenienced or something like that. And I'm like, ha ha ha. Like, you know what I mean? And like, that's basically what I would do. And it's like after I've been hurt, which is a trauma response, right? So I have been working on not doing that because I feel like that's not truly authentic to me. So that would like, I used to do it when I was like a teenager a lot, if that makes sense. Like, cause that's like that's when you really would do those things. So I'm working on, like I said, it takes time. And I've been working on it for 2 years. But I went from literally giving everything away to being like how I am now. So I've come a long way.
I would say this one you could adapt to your own, just from similarities that we've spoken about already. It used to be my go-to, and I've tried to dive back from it because I've become too good at it.
Yeah.
Energetically mirror them for just 10, 15 seconds. Use their vocabulary, use their posture, use their tone. And then when they get crabby about it, say, all I did is try to reach you with the way you're trying to reach me. If you found this to be rude or inconvenient, then we might need to reflect.
Okay, I don't know if I could do that. I would be laughing the whole time.
I got a superintendent in high school to turn himself in and get himself fired just by doing that to him every other day.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say hi to you, Ari. Hello. And someone said pineal gland, but I don't know if they're still here.
Well, I do have one question for you as far as the shutting off the tap thing. After that conversation with the old friend, go to the laundromat.
No, it's not shutting it off. You can't shut off your tap. Otherwise you won't be alive. It's about managing it so that it's balanced. So people might be attracted, because that's your attraction as a human. Like, so people will be attracted to you, but you're going to be sovereign and conscious and empowered so that when someone comes and it doesn't matter if it's not about being good or bad or whatever, like that's just not your business. It's about, is your structure, does it make sense? Do you feel respected? Do you feel also empowered? Do you feel energized? Do you feel excited and like comfortable and safe and all those things? And so there's more, obviously, the things that you have. And so when they approach you, anyone, good, bad, whatever you think, you will be able to enforce what you need to enforce or not enforce anything because they will see you. And so this is something I had a big breakthrough for, and this is why I'm able to even like do this, is they need to see me as a human and as a bigger energy. If it was just me working in the fabric store like I did before, they needed to see me as a human. So even if they were coming to me for my energy and they didn't even know, They need to see me as a human, or like, for example, if I worked in a job, they have to come to me as a human in the job. They can't just like come over and be like, hey, can you tell me about life or whatever? They had to say, oh, I need some fabric, and I cut it, right? That's seeing me as a human, paying for the, you know, the cost of the thing, and like whatever. It's a human to human interaction. But when it comes to this, it gets a bit more complicated. When I talk to bigger energies as well, it needs to be the human and my bigger energy. And I had that problem with bigger energies that came to me. They didn't understand that I was a human right now. And the interaction, there's been some really bizarre interactions in a not a nice way. And so when you have those boundaries, you can apply them to all of these scenarios. And so you're not turning off your tap, you are guarding it kind of in a way that is sovereign and you, so that you can do what you want to do at any time you need to do it without being depleted. And that's basically what it is. So it's not really, I know it
I was
sounds like it's about others, but it's actually about us only.
I wasn't in a bad mood of any kind of way. It's just once I went to go do laundry at the laundromat, and 7 individuals are inside. One person's sitting out in the parking lot, sitting in their car on their phone. Every single one of these people refused to speak to each other, but I got every single one's life story without opening my mouth. They would get up, make their rounds across the room, and
that's it.
And then spilled their guts to me about everything they've done wrong in their life.
Yeah, so they do
and then
this.
get back up and just go on. I'm like, why is this happening again?
So
Thought I
for
had it
me,
under control.
the way that I changed this is when I changed how I feel about things and got more knowledgeable about myself and why they're doing this, like deeper, not just that. Because what they're saying is their own business. They think feel and think that that's going to be appropriate to ask you, and they feel comfortable, cozy, right? So you have to work on that. And then the enforcement can be 2 things. It can be preventative, and it can be also like actually while it's happening, you're like, okay, I'm sorry, I have to go, or whatever. You find ways that make sense for you to get out, or to get them to go back to what they were doing instead of you. And you find ways that are comfortable, respectful to them and yourself, right? That is the enforcement. But if you can find ways that are preventative as well, that can be good to mix together. So for me, I had, I know this sounds horrible, but I had houseless people, and they would tell me their whole life story, and I enjoyed it. But sometimes they would come running at me. They would get angry all of a sudden and want to hit me, and like weird things were starting to happen. So I was like, okay, I loved being there for being there for them for these things, but sometimes it gets out of hand, and I don't know what they're going to do. So what I did is I made sure that I understood when they're coming. So if I can see, I can feel, I made myself aware of, I can feel when they're coming towards me. So I got the attention of my thought forms. I told them to pay attention and get my attention when they're like, you can feel their energy direction. You can feel them being pulled. And so when you practice that, you can literally just avoid that pull, as in like go somewhere where they can't go, if that makes sense, or would feel weird to go. Like it makes them not feel the pull as much. And so that is one way I did it. Another way is when I saw that their energy was interested, or I felt it, I would put an energetic bubble around me that I can make myself completely disappear. And that also helps too. So, yeah.
Well, I've been doing nothing but the physical aspect, and it's been a flop. It was literally laundry day, and I look like a mess, okay? Mismatched everything, because what you have left, it's laundry day. And I've even done this before, left my hair just a complete mess, made myself look all sorts of crazy. One day I was working with a vehicle, I left the grease on. Everyone still wants to come and spill their guts to me. And I'm like, I haven't looked at you, I haven't said anything.
They don't care about you as a person. Remember, they don't. They have no idea, like their brain turns off. They're only coming for your energy. So that's why, like I said, they don't, like, you could look amazing, you could look like whatever, it doesn't matter. Like all of these people that have come to me, I have looked like really homeless myself with my glasses, and like someone you wouldn't want to talk to, they still will come to me. It does not matter how you look, because they don't care. That's what you need to know, is that when people do this, they're coming for your energy. They're not coming for you as a person. Like they don't care that you're human. They don't care. And I
Well,
don't know why they do this, but that's what happens. Like their brain turns off. Like they literally, and they don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's conscious and unconscious at the same time. So they literally, so don't think, oh, if I do this or if I put myself, no, it's not about that. It's about like they're literally coming for that. And it means that it's kind of like a buffet, if that makes sense. It's like a
well, I
buffet.
wish somebody would be a buffet for me because I get hungry sometimes
But
and I
that's what
don't need all
happens.
these
But this
strangers.
is what happens is I was like that too. I'm like, why doesn't this happen for me? And then they showed me doing that and I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that actually. So
Yeah.
like so yeah. So that's why. It's because you wouldn't want that.
Well, even the gentleman in the car, like it's pouring down rain, an absolute downpour. Honks a horn, gets out of the car, comes running inside the building. There are 15 open seats there at the front of the laundromat. On the right side, there is 20 plus open seats. I'm in the far back left corner by my laundry. Comes running over to sit down next to me, and I'm like, oh, not again. Not again, please.
I
Next
am
thing
ready
I know,
for the,
I know
the
everything
remote
about him.
question, by the way.
Oh, would you say, Robin?
I said I'm done now and I'm available
Are you
to
ready?
do. Yes,
Okay.
yes, just
Is there anyone, well, before we start, is there anyone in the comments that doesn't know what's going on and would like to come with us up here or wants to know what's going to happen? Because there's some new people who have come. Don't be shy.
I'm going to need about 3 minutes. I'm going to change a diaper real quick, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so everyone everyone who's interested in this, we're gonna start remote viewing, and everyone together is gonna pick a place, and we're gonna do it together. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go, we're gonna do it together, and I'm going to take you through some steps that you can try out later on your own and find new ways to do it as well. And when we do this, it's going to be different than how it would be if we did it in a session, because if we do it in a session, it would be directly for you, and we would be finding something that belongs to you. In this case, we are going to create like guides together, and we're going to go together to a place. And so you guys can see the process that you can do for yourself. So when you do this process, it's really exciting because you start to see that it's not one. No, that's fine. Don't worry. You don't worry. I wanted to know if anybody's in here and they wanted to know more about what we're doing because we just mentioned it and I didn't even talk about it. But yeah, so basically, the more people can participate and have a look and like type what they say or come up here and talk about what they, what's going on, I'll be like, what do you guys see? I'll be like, do this, this and this, let's do this. And but first we're gonna all like come up with different places to go. The most fun are like, all kinds of stuff. So you guys can come up with things, and I'd say the more it can be like an era or like ancient or things like that, because a lot of the time, that's the most fun because it has more energy in it and more options. So things like, civilizations or cultures or things like that, because that's like more. Usually we can get we can have a better time because then it applies to everyone kind of. So yeah. If you guys do want to start just typing in the comments what place you'd like to do, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, and then when I get back and when everybody up here is back, we'll start. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you got your juice? Need me to hold it for you? Here you go. There you go. That's an interesting thought. Do you want me to hold it or not, Bubba? Here you go. It's your juice. Robin, you're thinking Mesopotamia?
My microphone is off. Yeah, that was one thing I thought of. I was just trying to brainstorm some other things, but that's one thing I thought of. Mesopotamia is kind of big, and there's a long period of time, so there could be many different things within that too, like Babylonians or Assyrians.
Okay.
There you go. I know this. I don't fully understand the objective here. All I can think of is the San Juanito Mountains. I hiked up the backside of it. It took me 2 days, and
Okay.
you went from
Yeah,
high
it's-
desert to snow.
I think it's more mysterious stuff because you guys can, 'cause
Okay.
you can be able to do those things later, but it's like more mysterious is like fun for everybody because then you can like we can do it again, we can
Understood.
do it another time, but it's good for us to all kind of be on the same page of like what's going on. But but it's okay. Like everyone can say it, and then we'll see. What about the planet that Earth broke off from? If I remember correctly, what do you mean by that?
Oh, here you go. You want more juice? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Robin said Mesopotamia.
That's just one thing I thought of. I don't know if there's. I know that there's a big period of time, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of different
We
civilizations.
can find like an area. What I could do is if that is interesting to everyone, I can open my laptop and we can find an area, and you guys can like decide which one.
Okay,
That's
but
fun.
I'm open to other things too. I just thought of that. So.
Just heard some stuff about the distant past from some people. Okay. Okay, Mesopotamia sounds good. Okay. So, Saif, we can talk about that later. I think we should talk about that as like a question later. I don't think it's gonna be um like helpful when we do the when we do the remote viewing. But you can definitely, even if we don't get to it, you can use the tools that we're gonna do in this later to do it also. So you don't have to wait for us, right? That's why we're doing it. So remember, everything's about being empowered. So this is, yes, we're picking Mesopotamia, it looks like. And that's why, is because like you guys, it's just to learn with, right? And it's also fun. Okay, let's see. I think one of the cultures, I've done it before on a live, it was but we'll do something different. Let's see. And we'll do like a vote thing.
Boy, Healy, got again. Put it down. Drop it. Yeah. Don't you spray me with the juice. Don't you spray me with that juice. Yeah, you think you're smart, huh? You're gonna
Okay.
spray me with it. Okay, come here, get a hug.
Okay.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Okay. All right. You can sit here with me. Come on. Ooh.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the list, and you guys type in the thingy which one you want, like what calls to you. So, oh, where's the list? When I clicked the link, the list went away. So hold on. Okay, so there is Washukanini or Kani Washukani, Nineveh, Hatra, Assur, Nuzi, Palmyra, Mari, Sipar, Kish, Nippur, Isin, Langash, Uruk, Charax, Charax, Sapasinu, and then there's but I already did that. So which one of those? And if you like not sure, just type it how best as you remember it, or I can read it again.
I think my son decided Uru.
Okay, so we have a vote for it's Uru, but with a K.
Like Uruk or
Yeah. What is it? Everyone
You
else?
like, you like that one? Okay.
And let me know if you want me to read it again.
Palmyra might be cool.
Okay, so that one is. Let's see. So Palmyra. Did you say Palmyra? I think it's that one. Okay, anybody else? Oh, okay, so 2 Palmyras.
You say hi.
Okay. Should we go with Palmyra? Okay, so we're gonna go with Palmyra because there was 2 Palmyras. And how we're gonna do this is, we'll see, how should I show you a picture? So there's many ways to do this, but it can get you kind of started by looking at images that you find. So let's see how I can do this. I think. Oops.
Oh no, your green screen is winning.
I know. Ew. Okay. See it if you can. There. Oh, there we go. Can you guys see it? I'm gonna try and raise it a bit.
Oh goodness. Kind of see it. Just won't.
It's like in the comments. Let's see if I can get it up here.
Come on, Baba.
Oh no. Okay, I think that was all that I can do. So that's the closest I can get of it. So have a look. If you want to, the way it is spelled is like this. If you guys are close to a computer. Hold on, let me find the thing.
It's okay.
But it's not necessary, but it helps stabilize stuff.
Oh, I don't know how well I'm going to be able to perform at this moment.
Don't worry. I will ask questions. So when I ask the questions, that's how we move. You guys are like the steering wheel, kind of. Okay, let's see.
Well, at the moment, I'm more of a jungle gym, so I might have to mute myself for a moment.
I'm gonna just for people who want to look it up. And since you can't really see it when I put it, I'm going to read a little bit about it. So, it's an ancient city in central Syria. It is located in the eastern part of the Levant, and archaeological archaeological finds date back to the Neolithic period, and documents first mention the city in the early second millennium BCE. Palmyra changed hands on a number of occasions between different empires before becoming a subject of the Roman Empire in the 1st century CE. The city grew wealthy from trade caravans. The Palmyrenese became renowned as merchants who established colonies along the Silk Road and operated through the Roman Empire. Palmyra's wealth enabled the construction of monumental projects such as the Great Colonnade, the Temple of Bel, and the distinctive Tower Tombs. Ethnically, the Palmyrians combined elements of Amorites, Arameans, and Arabs. Socially structured around kinship and clans, Palmyra's inhabitants spoke Palmyrene Aramaic and a variety of Western Middle Aramaic while using Koine Greek for commercial and diplomatic purposes. So yeah, the rest of it is, let's see if there's some more things. Before 273 CE, Palmyra enjoyed autonomy and was attached to the Roman province of Syria, having its political organization influenced by the Greek city-state model during the first 2 centuries CE. The city became a Roman colonia during the 3rd century, leading to the incorporation of Roman governing institutions. Okay, let's see what else is here. So Palmyra began as a small Neolithic settlement near the Efka Spring on the southern part of Wadi al-Kabur. The much later Hellenistic settlement of Palmyra was also located near Efka Spring on the southern bank of Wadi al-Kabur. It has its residents expanding to the Wadi's northern bank during the 1st century, although the city walls at the time of Zenobia originally enclosed an extensive area on both banks of Wadi. Let's see. Among them is the Temple of Bel, which was the site of an early temple. However, excavation supports the theory that the tell was originally located on the southern bank. Also north of the Wadi was the Great Colonnade. And yeah, so that it talks about a lot of building and, making structures and stuff like that. So there's a lot. There's also a lot of Jewish and Byzantine and Muslim and Ottoman kind of things going on in there too. The languages are pretty
Looks like it
intense.
was a hub between the East and the West. It's pretty interesting.
A lot of that happened in those areas. They were like, especially when they were doing trade by the water and stuff. Let's see. Yeah. So unfortunately, I wish that you can see the map, but there's like, you can see that basically it's close to the water. It's not close to water, but it is in the way that they have like access to these streams that kind of go into the bigger part of the water, the Mediterranean. So they're kind of like the beginning of they're like the beginning of the Middle East that we would call Middle East-ish, I guess, but they're still like kind of Mediterranean in a way because they were close to that water. Let's see. Okay, so the cool part is that humans have found, okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit, this is what I do usually in the British Museum. So I talk about about basically how we have history. So before we do it, so usually when we do these, when we go and do remote viewing, all I keep thinking of is saltpeter or St. Peter. Basically what happens is when you do this and you look at the images, there's processes that I will be doing in classes soon that I help with how to break that down and, get better at that. But also reading can be a way to do that, and knowing what we're reading and what we're seeing. So if we're seeing a piece of art that is a patchwork quilt of something that a human has left behind for us, and it's also kind of what we've pulled through. So archaeologists are they don't know even that their job is to pull through things that are relevant for society. And so it's a combination of the two. So it's the artist, and it's also what we pulled into society. A lot of it is not from the here. It is from the actual outside the simulation, if that makes sense. So in the simulation, when we get these things pulled in, it is basically, like I said, it's up to the person who pulls it in mixed with the artist that made it. And there's like a marriage of the two. Sometimes they are from other dimensions in the simulation. And you will know if it feels like, it has like this oldness to it or newness to it. So like when you go, oh, this could have been made today, that usually means that it is from that, but it's in a different dimension in the simulation. And so when we want to make it all tidy and align, that is for us to be able to engage with things, learn from stuff, put things together in a human way, which is a good thing. But when we're talking about spirituality, this is when people get like weirded out, because they're like, they will argue about what they see when they remote view. So the first thing you have to do is understand that when you're looking at something in quotes historical, we are going, normally, like I said, if I was doing this in a session, I would find another version of you that is coming forward to show you how to do this. And so that version of you would be there, and we would go through that so that you can not only know how to do it, but then when you get there, you can have a look at all the other versions surrounding that, if that makes sense. So like if you have other questions, but anchoring there is the way to do it. When we're doing it on the live, I'm doing it through my energy, but you guys are coming along with your thought forms and my thought forms on like little rides, if that makes sense. I'm going to do the way, before I like start getting into it, I'm going to do it in the way that doesn't show the thing that normally I do with people in a session, which is getting you sorted with your like your place of doing energy work and things like that, because you can just like literally think of stuff in your head and do random things, but it makes life so much easier and straightforward when you build these like little kingdoms, if that makes sense. I call it like your temple because it's by your temples and it's your head and all that stuff, and I just try and make it cute. And it is something I do in sessions, and I also do in classes. So we won't be doing that because every single person is different, and it's not going to be, I couldn't do that for everybody. And also people might just randomly come in. So it's like, it's not fair on them. But what we're doing here is I'm going to use mine, and I'm going to just grab someone, and I'm going to show you that process. So we're missing out on the first part. We're going to miss out on the first part because I'm going to just do that instantly in my head because I've been doing it forever. But you guys get to see the rest of the process. So when we begin, I'm going to basically tell you who has come to guide us. And so, like I said, we're missing out on the process of how to get to that point, but we're just going to start there. So I'm going to think of the place.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I had to do a quick Google. The saltpeter was prevalent. I was like, why do I keep thinking saltpeter? Palmyra was bombed. Saltpeter is used to make bombs.
Yeah, but this is a good example of you having energies come forward to help guide you. So Trent, use that. Whoever came forward, you can try and find who it is and use that as when I'm talking about my guide. But it's all our guides. You can use my guide as well. But you guys can, Trent, you use your guide, and everyone, anything that comes up. So,
Yes,
but anyway,
sorry to interject like that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was saying, so sorry to interject like that. I was just getting excited. I was like, why do I keep thinking saltpeter every time she keeps talking about it? But I went ahead, hopped on the computer. Palmyra, a city in Syria, suffered repeated waves of devastation, including bombings by the Daesh militants of the Islamic State. These bombings took place for hundreds of years. Saltpeter was the main ingredient in the bombs used.
There you go. See, they're adding to you, Trent. Okay. So everyone who's just joined, we're going to Palmyra. We're going to remote view. The steps to get to the guide coming to me, I'm not sharing because it's personal to each person. But in sessions, I am happy to do that. I'm also happy to do it in readings. One of my readings is about this too. So get in touch for that if you are interested. Also, people who are Patreon members, we can do this for one person that comes up here as well. So this is a good example for people who were thinking about doing Patreon. You get all the cool videos and like fun things, and one of the things is this. And if you get the third tier that Janine has, I'm going to do one soon for Janine. You get one every month if you want to. It's up to you. All of this stuff is optional, but it's like you get that chance to have these things. But anyway, okay. So we're going there. We're going to Palmyra, and it's the Sumerian, which is like all the different civilizations and cultures and kind of city areas that are included in that. And we all together picked Palmyra. So I am kind of like settling in, and the first, so I have an energy coming forward, and the energy it's interesting because it has nothing to do with Babylon. And I actually didn't want to do Babylon because Babylon is like later, but they are from Babylon, this energy, and they say that I always brush away Babylon. So that's why they're coming. They're making a joke. And so this process, like I said, the one that we're skipping, I'm explaining why they're associated with me. So there's something with me that they're like connected with. And so they have shown me this like golden thing that is like a boat kind of, and they're telling me to sit in it. And so you guys can go with me in that boat, or you can, whoever's coming up for you, you can go with them. So all of this stuff that I talk about, I will ask you guys questions to see where we go, but this is the journey. And so we talked about this yesterday. So when you are talked to or things happen and an energy brings you somewhere, go with the energy, because it brings you as a human to that, your consciousness to that place. And it means that it's a bit difficult to get there otherwise. So in meditation, if you kind of haven't created a guide, or you haven't had a guide that comes, you can feel a big shift. If you haven't done that, what happens is I pass out. I just go to sleep, because your energy can't go. You're as a human, you need to go on a journey. And this is why people always talk about astral projection as like they go places and things like that. It's because you need to see that, whether it's happening or not, you need to see that for your energy to calculate where it's going, if that makes sense. So you guys can hop in this. It looks like a boat harp. It's like a harp. It has all these little strings, and it's like curved like this. So I'm sitting in there. And for some reason I have matching gold shoes as well. I don't know why that's important, but they told me to say that. And you guys can join me in there, or create your own little being that has wings, or whatever you need to do. Another thing is when the energies come to talk to you and give you information like they did with Trent, they are not just a guide that is going to take you energetically there, but they're also going to be able to, you can ask them questions. And we can obviously go and talk to other energies that we see, but we're going to start with the guide if the guide wants to. Sometimes they don't, and they're like, bye. Like they maybe wanted to make a joke with me about that Babylonian thing and catch up or whatever. And like, I'm supposed to talk to them later or whatever. Like, I feel like it's that, but we'll see. Okay, so we're hopping in, and the little boat is going through kind of like a deep blue that looks like it could be water, but it also looks like what we see in the sky, that shade of dark, deep blue. And it has evening, almost dark, wet vibes, kind of. And it has actually, I'd say, swampy vibes. So we're going through the swamp vibes that's in shades of blue. And we're going through, and it keeps going, and this keeps going. And now we've reached these like willowy looking things still in the blue colors. Everything's like, it's just blue, dark, like indigo blue. And so we go through those, and they kind of open up, and we go through that, and we're still going. We'll see. And for some reason, he's telling me to get off. Okay, so we're getting off, but we're getting on side things. Like side our individual ones. So people who came with me, we all are in our individual small versions of them, and the big one just disappears. So now we're in our own little boats, and we're just like going there. And so let's see. I see you guys going in different directions. But yeah, we're going straight, and he's still there kind of, but we can't see him now. And as we go, and by the way, what you guys see, please let us know if you want to and speak about this too. So as we're going, we reach this shore that's also blue. It should be sand. It feels like it should be sand, but it feels like dirt when I touch it. Kind of dark, like blue, like color. And he's come now to help us out of all the little boats, and we're like tying the little boats up, and we're walking. And everyone, to ground yourself where we are, he's suggesting to look at what shoes we're wearing. If you guys want to share what shoes you're wearing, go for it. And kind of watch your shoes shuffle as you keep going further. The next step we see is, it looks like instead of it being blue, it actually looks like a type of like natural grass, not like the grass that we have everywhere, like bamboo, kind of like soft bamboo stuff that you can step on. And we're just walking through that. Now we're in this, like, it feels tropical, but it's like the trees are not high like a tropical place. They're very low, like to, I think, all of our shoulders. Like the trees are just that lowness. And you can have a look at all of them have like fruits and berries, and they're very like different colors. So there's lots of colors going on. Oh, yours are golden lever. Oh, it's cute. Okay, so then we keep going and we're walking through the plants. I'm like kind of touching all of them because it's very interesting. And you guys can have a look at each of them. You can look at the little plants and stuff. And now there's a clearing, I see, and it kind of looks like a field. It's a bit foggy, like swampy, still foggy. And it's weird because there's no water around really. It just feels like that. Okay, so we're still walking through that. It feels a bit scary in the sense that there's nothing around. And we're going through the fog. And now that we've gone through the fog, it's like, it looks like a city that is very hot. And there's no more dampness. And so like I could feel my leg in, like, before I got into the the dryness, I felt my leg kind of still be wet, and it was really weird, that transition, because I changed completely. Our guide is saying to have a look at our shoes again, because he said that we just changed vibrations. Okay, so he actually is explaining some stuff. So he said what we just did is we went through the primal waters to another dimension. And let's see. Is it in the... Okay, we're still in the learning teaching dimension, but like the simulation, but we're in another one. So we went through the primal waters of our dimension, or not, yeah, like it's like time period dimensions, if that makes sense. And now we're going into this one, and this one's the closest to us. So it's like, and I'm asking why we're going to the closest one. Oh, they're saying because we saw some very like recent things, and so that is what we're connecting with. Okay, so now we're in the we're in the dry part, and we're walking, and I see a building that is very it has many steps. Like it's just almost made of steps, but it also has like flat surfaces, and the flat surfaces have reptilian beings that are like half human, half like reptilian, drawn, like carved in there. And it doesn't look like what we normally see with Mesopotamia kind of stuff. Like like Sumerian, like when the Sumerian they show the gods, it doesn't look like that. It looks like modern almost, but carved and painted as well. And it looks like it hasn't been upkept. Like it doesn't seem like devotional. It doesn't feel like they're devoted to it. It seems like if you've ever been in like a city hall and they have like pictures of like a mural of like people that are famous in the city or people who have done laws, it has that feeling, and he's confirming that. Okay, so we're there. Where would you guys like to go? That's now we're asking you guys, where should we go next? And who should we talk to? And do you have questions? Yeah. Because we can ask the guide, we can go ask someone else. But yeah, it's up to you guys. Oh no, are you guys there? I see shortbread symbols like the Girl Scout shortbread mixed with Celtic, known pattern above a door. Is there a central market? Okay, should we ask about the Celtic patterns, or should we go to the central market?
Sorry, when doing stuff like this, I've attempted something similar. One, I get data dumped. I don't know why, but every time you even mention the shoes, my brain goes immediately to how the shoes were made, how
Yeah,
everything came
that's
about,
normal.
made up.
That's a part of
And
it.
my son becomes just, his energy's like a crackhead every time I ever enter one of these. He goes running everywhere around the house and then starts
Now he's
freaking
excited,
out.
bro. He's like, yeah! He's probably there. Okay, so let's go to the market, and then we can go to ask more about the Celtic. Okay, so at the market we're gonna go to, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna ask the guide where the market is. Okay, we'll see. Okay, he's showing me this underground passage. I don't know where we're gonna go, but basically he opened this like hatch, and he says like, let's go down there, and it's very colorful down there. It doesn't look like scary, so I don't think it would be scary anyway, but it looks very colorful and more painted. There's a lot of painting, like that wherever we are, they're very into color, which a lot of the cultures actually are into the colors. So it's very, yeah, they're always like that, but it's very colorful. Like there's like reds and a lot of red. There's blues and yellows and greens. It's kind of, yeah, there's a lot. Okay, so we're going into there, and it's very well lit, suspiciously well lit, as in like not just random fire things. It's like I don't know where the light is coming from, but it's very well lit, more than even outside. And we're walking down this tunnel. There's lots of little stories on the side. Again, it still has that friendly feeling of kind of like being proud of what has happened and telling stories of it, and not like a worship vibe. It's more of like, hey, this is what we do. And I see a lot of other beings, not just people, like lots of different, yeah, I see lots of different energies, like I guess I'd say human-ish, but with like different looks. Like there are like reptilian looking humans, and they're the same height as us, which is weird because I've not seen that. But there's a lot. There's a huge variety. I keep hearing root vegetables. I wonder if there's something significant. Okay, we're gonna go to the market. I bet there's something cool. So we're walking, and like just everyone's like kind of going in and out of these different. There's like lots of doors that are like to go through, and then there's also doors to like with like staircases in this little tunnel to go out. So I think those hatches are like everywhere, and I think, okay, so the guide is telling me that this is their way of getting around. And they say that there's something about the culture where there's something that happened that they don't like to be outside unless it's a special area of outside, if that makes sense. So they want everything to be kind of like look like there's no one there, and they want to have all their riches and beauty inside. Like they don't want other people or energies to know that they're active or something, so they try to look like they don't have anything. Like they try to look like poor, or not even poor, like I don't know what it is, but they try to look like they don't have anything going for them. Like, you know how a lot of cultures, this is why I'm asking him, a lot of cultures, they show off, like they go, look at how cool we are, we have a huge army. They're the opposite. Like they don't want any energies to know that they exist. And I say energies, they keep saying energies because it's not like a human coming. So apparently, okay, he's telling the story, he's showing one of the things. He's saying that there's another dimension there's a lot of dimensions nearby this one, and a lot of energies see this as an intersection. So it is a way to go to other ones. Like they keep coming, people and energies keep coming through here. And so they want people or those energies to see that it's like not interesting and just keep going past. And so in the old days, they just were expressing themselves and outside. And because there's so many energies coming in and out of it, that a lot of problems happened, and they just hide kind of now. So anyway, so it's very busy in there. There's also some sculptures as well. And they really like telling the story of their life and what's going on, and they're all over there. So I recommend you guys, if you want to come back, to go and look at the walls, because there's a lot of stuff going on there. But anyway, so we're going to go to the market. He says that they said it's 20 hatches down. So we're walking down, and we're getting close to the 20 hatches, but there's some people that are like kind of in their way. Okay, they've gone past. There's one lady that had 2 baskets of eggs. And so she moved past. Okay, so now he's saying that we don't go up, we keep going another path. Okay, so we're going to the left, and we're going down more like long down the passageway. And then, okay, that one has stopped, and now we're going to another hatch. So we're getting in the hatch. Okay, so now that we're getting in the hatch, it doesn't go outside, it goes into a building. And the building is very bustling. And it looks like this market is not just with food, it also has... What is that? They look like electronics, but like not. There's like really weird devices in there. I don't know what those are. Okay, so whatever those are, there's like weird little tube things and stuff like that. He's saying it's like the closest that we would think of chemistry, but the chemistry is not physical. I don't know what that means. But anyway, if you guys want, we can ask them more about that. But anyway, we're going to go to the vegetable section. And what would you like to ask Camille about? Would you like to ask about the vegetables? Because I see a lot of different vegetables. I taste kipper snack, almost like a salted herring. Oh. Yeah, it is tactfully secluded. Okay. What should we ask? Okay. So he says he can't tell me. I have to ask the person who's selling it. So, oh, where are these grown? So I'm gonna ask the seller. So there's this lady. Okay, so this is where sometimes these places are weird. Like, get ready. There's this lady that's joined to another lady, and they both have like an up close of an octopus tip of an arm. So it's like a triangle almost. They both have that. I don't know what is going on with that, but and I don't want to ask them because that's I don't want to be I don't know if you guys want we can, but so they're also talking over each other. So let me see. Okay.
Could I ask how you guys fare not getting hyper fixated on what they tell you? Because I try to follow along, but the same thing keeps coming back over and over and over
So
again, like it's a
for me, it's intention. So that means you need to work on your intention. So if you have an intention that you want to like go with us, and you set that intention, and you tell them like, please, like wait, and we're gonna talk later. Another thing that I usually do in sessions is I show how the bottle method. So you literally put them in bottles because sometimes they will go like I said, they get very chatty. And so you just put them in little bottles like this and say, we're going to talk later. And you close them so they can't get out.
okay. 'Cause I'm
um,
getting a crap ton of symbolism, and I'm like, we're moving on from the symbolism,
yeah.
please.
So, but that's okay. Just you will want to like do that. So that's why also the thing I do in sessions, what we talked about, I would be able to tell you like where to put that and things like that. And that's like the bottle method is one of those. But also you can send them to a place and to say, I'm going to visit that later, and just say, you literally, whatever they're showing you, just like make it into a little ball and just put it as like on a shelf or something. So just pick something where you can organize it. And then you can like get to it later because all of those things are important. They wouldn't come to you like that if they're not. But right now, your intention is to like go through this so that you can do it anytime you want. And so like just you do the intention, and then if every time it happens, just put it in a ball and put it in a bottle, whatever works for you. When it's beings that are coming to talk to you, like in front of you, I put them in a queue. I'm like, just like this happens all the time. I have like long queues. Like right now, I have tons. I haven't talked to them, and they're really like annoying. Like because I can feel them. Like as we're doing this, there's
Okay,
like dolphins
mine's
that are
like
like, "You promised we were going to do the dolphins today," and I'm like, "No, wait."
okay. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Please continue. I was
That's
like, okay,
okay.
this is
This is
getting
what this is for. This is so that everyone can do this. Because I'm sure when you say this, sometimes people don't know that that's happening to them too. And they're like, why am I not focusing? And now you help them be conscious of that. So don't worry. Okay.
well. I found the symbols. It ended up getting
Okay.
bad enough that I had to get on the computer, and I said, okay, where is this?
There you go.
And I
Yeah, if you
walked
put
over
them,
back
don't
to the
worry
box.
about even like you won't forget it because they're you. You're like unlocking things. So they're not giving it to you. You're unlocking parts of yourself. So it's cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now when we get to back to the lady with the weird little, they're kind of like fins, kind of like the tip of an octopus, but up like grown. She has like even the little tentacle things. And we wanted to ask them about what it is. Okay. Let's see. So they're talking over each other again, and I think that okay, the other one hit the other one, so they're gonna okay, so this one's gonna talk. She says that there's this sun that used to set at a very specific time for them, and because time has changed and they don't call it time anymore, because I'm like, what? There's they usually okay, so basically they used to okay, so before it was like how ours is, where it's like nature was set on a cycle, and it was controlled by nature, not controlled, but managed by nature. And something happened in one of those, they call them like intersectional disturbances, which is that thing we were talking about where when the energies are coming through, or humans or beings come through, like physically or even energetically, there sometimes an interference happens. And they say, I know this, but they say it's similar to how our weather is. So our weather has to do that. They're leaking from other nearby dimensions and realms. So in this case, they're saying that these are apparently preserved, and the preservation is that they're not of time anymore, and they were of time. So they're saying like the sun basically that they had was like I said, on a clock, and now people, they're saying like the beings there, it's like, okay, so our version is like GMO and like making gardens and stuff like that, and you know how like we as humans controlled it, but they controlled nature. And it wasn't them that did it. It was the one of the interferences that happened. And so the interferences, they said, this is so wild. This is always how it is. But like you guys will probably get more information as well. The interferences that happen, they create new beings and also possibilities. And they never know when it's going to happen. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of stuff is hidden and inside. So a lot of places, like for example, in Spain and France, and that we know, where they have like just a normal block of a building and inside it has a beautiful garden and stuff, that is kind of what they did. And they didn't create a garden. They would create a structure around it. And now, because of that interference, they bring the sun over. They bring the rain over, but they have different things. Like they're saying sun and rain because that's close to us, but they have other things that are going on. So they like literally bring the nutrients into it. So that's what they call, so this fruit, not fruit. I don't know why they said fruit. The lady didn't say fruit. The guide said fruit. Oh, now they're arguing over this. Okay, that's a thing. They're like semantics. So apparently the fruit versus vegetable doesn't mean what we think fruit and vegetable means, like how fruit comes from the flowers. There's some vegetables that do too. I don't know, they're having a weird debate about this, and it's a translation from what they say to us. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Do you guys know? But anyway, so they're saying that when this interference happened, they bring the nutrients, either winds, whatever, like their own things that they have. They have things that we don't have, to do that. And this one that you saw, Camille, is like they feel these ladies, the conjoined twins, they feel really special that they have ones before that happened. So it's like having organic or something like that. It's kind of that's the vibe. They didn't say this, but that feels like, to me, like they feel very proud that, and it's like no one has stuff like that. And because you can move things around, like the cycles, things kind of get frozen in time, but you had to have made that before that. Like you've had to, yeah, if that makes sense. And there's not very many left. So it's like, if you guys know about truffles or truffle oil, how it's so rare and it can cost like thousands and thousands of dollars. It's kind of like that vibe. Like it's very precious. So they're like, you have good taste, and they're trying to sell to you as well. And I don't think, Camille, you're like, what? Okay. So that also answers, I think, the 29. I think that answers your question as well. Let's see if you have another name on there. No, it's the same. So I'll just call you 29 because I don't know if me going is like... Okay, so I mean, you can't, if you have the money. I don't have any money. I don't even know what they have. Like, I don't know if they even have money, but they're trying to sell as in like, I don't know how they're doing it. I don't even know if they have money. I think they do. Yeah, they showed me these weird, like, wispy, like, glowing things. I don't know what that is. Oh, they pointed to this person. Okay, that's weird. So they pointed to this person, and I don't know if you guys have seen chia seeds and that, like, you know, that squishy stuff on the outside. So basically their currency or whatever it is, I don't even know if it's currency. It is that, but it's like a ball like this. That's kind of like a ball but flat like this. And you have to put it on this little thing that holds it, and it takes all the water away from it, like the liquid or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. and then the inside is like some kind of, they said it's some kind of seed that is rare. So I guess their currency is seeds, and the seeds are protected with that weird wet stuff. I don't know what that is. And it's glowing as well. What is going on? Okay. I hope that you guys get that. Okay. So yeah, sometimes this stuff happens, and it could be our or my filters. I might not have the library to understand, but that's basically what they're showing me. That's what I see. I don't know if you guys see that too. Okay. So should we move to the Celtic stuff now?
So I gotta get better with that. I get headaches if I ignore the crap. I've tried it before. If I get something where I see it over and over again and I try to ignore it, I get a weird headache. So I had to derail there for a moment and hop on Google. Yeah, it's the city
Okay.
center. It's an aerial view of the city center. I was seeing the, well, I don't know if you'd call them tents or awnings that would be stretched over where a bazaar would be or some kind of market near an
Yeah.
amphitheater. And so I was getting really
Okay.
confused by the shape because I'm like, it looks like a shortbread cookie, but with stuff running every direction. And so I was like,
Oh,
okay, let's hop on Google. And then I was like, okay. I went sliding through the photos and went, there it is. It's right there. Okay. Now I can take a break.
okay.
So my apologies for that interruption earlier.
That's okay.
But it,
Where do you guys, what
yeah, I
do
was
you guys
seeing
want to do
the
next?
flow. Also, I think, and I can't say anything about it, but I think bioluminescent plants were used to illuminate the inside of the caves and walkways.
Oh, that makes sense. Like they're very like
More like
really
along the
into
lines
like
of
that kind of stuff. That's kind of, it was so bright. I was like, what is
And
going
so
on?
when you were mentioning saying that their magic or their science isn't exactly science and stuff like that, I just kept seeing jars stuffed to the top, like clay jars stuffed to the top with compost, fertilizer, and these little glowy guys popping up out of it.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
Okay, Robin says, is there a main temple? Okay, who should we ask?
I gotta get a better handle on this though. I get like lost because my brain's wanting to know
It's all about
how is it made,
intention,
how's it
remember.
done.
Since we're in a group, it might be a bit more crazy as well because we're sharing energy as well. And so you're getting like, we're all getting each other's thought forms and all kinds of stuff's going on. And if you don't have a handle meaning like haven't met like the thought forms and like found a place to put thought forms and what that, express that, it can get out of hand. So there's nothing wrong. It's just that in a group one, it can be a little bit wild. It took me a while to even like do it in a group because oh, the guide. Okay, let's see. Okay, so he's asking what type of temple because there's something apparently that happened. I think there's a lot of weird stuff that happens here, where the way that they look at things is different. They're saying that Anunnaki changed something for them. Like there's something about that like what they learned when when Anunnaki went through, there's something that changed their thought process. So that's he's asking you, he wants to know if it's a place of worship or is it a place for a different reason. That's what I don't know why he's asking that, but we can even ask that too. Oh, he's saying, would you like, are you thinking a place of worship or a place to ask questions? Because that's actually what, yeah. Like, if you're okay with that, that's basically what he's saying it is because of what happened with the Anunnaki. Okay. So, yeah, so that's what he said. So he said, Okay, now that you said sure, they basically are. Okay, so he says that it was. Okay, so there was an intersection where it was a bleed through, and because so the Anunnaki that were they were portal hoppers that were going to um okay, so they were going to this place. Okay, he's it's getting really confusing now. He's showing me that this dimension wasn't always in the learning teaching like not like in a different dimension, but in the matrix. Let's see. Okay, so basically what happened is, oh, this is weird. Okay. So basically, you know how I was talking about yesterday how we're in so that we're in the Earth universe, and we are a simulation in the Earth universe, and that simulation has many different dimensions and realities and realms and yeah, stuff like that within it. And originally, this place that we're in right now was not in the Matrix. It was outside it. And because of what the Anunnaki did, as in like they did a portal thing, their portal was to go to another place they made a mistake, and they connected their place that they were with they were in, like, I can't remember where they were. Like, oh, I don't know why I'm saying I can't remember. What? Why is he making me say that? Okay. There's a weird portal thing that happened, and they made a mistake. And what happened was they were forced through. And when they did this force through into the learning teaching dimension, the Anunnaki group brought them with them. And so this is like, you know, when we have stories of lost civilizations, we are picking up on lost civilizations in the sense of lost from outside of the simulation, and they went into the simulation. And so the other thing is that when so when I talked about earlier in the live about the excavation, so like let's say an archaeologist is looking up stuff and the excavation, and they find something like an art piece, that is them bringing in things that are not in the simulation into the simulation, so that we can learn about what's going on and bring new things into here, right? New as into us, like new information about our origins and things like that, and to have more fun here, right? And they said that it can happen the other way around, where something outside can push a civilization, like instead of it just being like like just an artifact that we pull through, it can be pushed in, and it's an accident. So that's basically what happened. It's way more complicated than that. I'm sure that poor Trent is getting like bombarded with this because it's very intense. And basically what happened is they weren't always there. And they themselves, it was like only one generation that this happened. So like, let's say the kids that are there right now, they don't know about it, but their grandparents went through that, if that makes sense. So it's like it skips a generation. I guess that was 2 generations, but it skips a generation. So the parents are just like, also they know about it because they're talking about it, but like they got raised by people who had to deal with that. So anyway, they're in another dimension, and I don't know why it's like this. This is so wild. But anyway, so we're gonna go back to the temple thing. So when that happened, they were outside, and now they're inside the simulation. Most parts of this simulation, they get into that God thing. Like they get into gods and God, and they need that and stuff, but they don't. They have a different system. And so they still have it, like as in they have the temples that we see and stuff, but they're not used for what other ones use it for. And so what they use them for is to ask questions. And they don't understand everything. They only understand the creator of their type. So like let's say they're like this lady, for example, that was at the market. The ladies, that was one lady.
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, go
Just
ahead.
gonna say, before you got into going back to the market, I keep getting they know of it, not about it. They know of it, not about it.
Yeah. It's probably this. Because like I said, it's only like it's like skip generations. So the grandparents went through it. The children of those, they like think about it, and like it's very much like they saw the difference of like how their parents are acting and things like that. But then the children now that are probably like 7-ish, they're like they have no idea what's going on. They just, this is normal to them, how everything is. So if we talk to a child, they're going to be like, oh, what, like this is normal. But if we talk to a grandparent or someone that's like they said about 70-ish, they will be able to, I mean, they don't have ages, they said, but the guide is like telling me, oh, 70. So like that kind of age where it's like someone who has like finished like working kind of, or like working on their life and figuring stuff out. So anyway, we're going back to oh, did you have a question, Trent, about that? Or did that make sense?
No, you're good to continue. I'm just trying to get better at not taking in too much information. I think that's going to be my goal this whole
I mean,
this
if
go
it's
around.
bothering you, the headache and stuff, yes. But I would let it be, as in like there's nothing wrong with that. That's normal. That happens to me as well. But like just think that like you're doing this because you don't want to have a headache, or you don't want to have that reaction, because headaches come from like when it's this thing, it's the interaction. So if something's going like this and you're like this, it's gonna interact. And I have sneezing sometimes, and it's like so random always. So you have the right to be like, I need to take care of this. And if it, you know, don't worry about taking care of it. If it means Googling, or if it means talking to them yourself and like, you know, whatever, like don't worry about it.
It's more like rapid imagery. Like
Yeah.
I'm going through a slideshow, but it's
Yeah.
really
Slideshows
quick
as
and
well.
everyone's trying to talk at the same time.
Yeah. I get slideshows. It took me a lot to get to the point where I'm like able to do this with you guys. I get the exact same as you, so don't worry. It's gonna be okay. If I can do it, you can do it.
I wouldn't bet on that. No, it's all good.
And you can
continue,
always like
please.
turn it on as well. Like I can do it. Sometimes it's fun to know, because you can like use, instead of it being a slideshow, it ends up being like a little book that you can look through. It can get less, don't worry, it won't always be like this. This is just because all of a sudden it's like all intense, and it's also, I'm opening all kinds of random stuff, so don't worry.
Well, this is how I used to find arrowheads, or which creeks to go to, which caves to go find pottery and stuff like that.
Well, there you go.
And
You're doing
hobby.
remote viewing.
But this never trying to do it in this manner. This one's like too much. I hate to use this example, but it's like I got 20 different people trying to host a PowerPoint, but they're not taking turns speaking.
Yeah, this is normal. This is basically every single one. Okay, so what happens is when energies, like your energies, find out that you're like doing this stuff, they go wild. Like I've seen parties, all kinds of stuff, because they're like, oh my God, they're paying attention and they're focusing and they're doing this. And so they all go at once. And so this is, again, like I said, it's a spiritual boundary thing. And so if you just don't even know what's going on, that's what will happen. So you have to make sure that it's not affecting you in a way that's in a bad way, but or it's just like something that it's a challenge, but it's not like making you feel gross. So just make sure it's okay, right?
Yeah, I don't feel gross. I just feel overwhelmed.
Yeah, but it's a little at a time. Like maybe take a break, like maybe even if you need to, because it can be a bit intense. I hope everyone else is okay as well.
I might do that because even when we got into the vessel, like I was shown how it was made.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
the carving, the time taking in, and the craftsmanship, and I'm like, I don't need to know this right now.
It's like getting a microscope of everything. I love it. And that has, you should write that down as it's a clue to your energy style as well, which is very cute.
Well,
Hi guys,
currently
all
I
the people asking questions right now, we are remote viewing and we went through a process and I will do it again on another live in the future. But right now, I'm trying to hold the connection so that we can all explore. And you're welcome to just come along with us, but it might be random for you because we went through a journey to get there. But you're welcome to hang out with us. And then we can do questions after and stuff like that. And I might have to go as well, but that's what we're doing right now. Okay, so back on to the thing, and like I said, Trent, also be careful with yourself as well. If you get freaked out or whatever, just like it is intense, and I know exactly how that feels. So be careful. Okay, so back to yeah. So we're gonna go to the now that we know about temple stuff. It's basically to ask questions to the different versions of okay, so there is okay, because they are it's interesting because in the learning teaching dimension or this matrix, you can only put together certain vessels in the way that are specifically tailored to each place. But outside of this matrix, you can obviously do whatever you want. And it's up to your maker, if that makes sense. And so they don't worship it, but they know, this is why they know and have those traditions. The kids wouldn't know, they're learning from their parents that their maker, as in who put them together in the first place, is actually themselves, but there is a bigger model, if that makes sense. So that's why I've seen so many different beings that are like half different things and random, is because they kind of poked around the universe, whatever, however it works for them. Remember when they were prior to being in here, they kind of poked around the universe to choose how they want to be able to do certain things, like to go places. So to me, they feel a bit like they were an avatar place. Okay, they're confirming that. And I've talked about avatar places where they are little suits that you put together so that you can explore things. And so I think that's what happened. I think they made a mistake, the Anunnaki, who are also portal hoppers and explorers. And that portal, that soft spot, made a mistake and went into the learning teaching dimension, which is weird that happened, and that's a whole new story. But anyway, so they hopped into, they're there, and so their way of thinking, the grandparents, when they built things, this is very recent, apparently, it's fresh. This is over, they say all of the stuff that's been built, they had to start over again because when it got moved over, it went to nothing. And that's when they started to do stuff like how they normally do, and all the wild stuff was happening because they're now in the learning teaching dimension. So they decided to do that like hidden kind of stuff. So that was a building of over 100 years ish. They're saying 100 because it's weird. It's like they said 70, so it's about 70 to 100 years. I don't know because they don't really have, like I said, remember they don't have really time anymore. Or they did. I don't know. There's something weird going around with time. But it's close. It's that vibe. It's the vibe of like about that amount of time. And so they see that as very new and fresh, and they started to. So depending on what your parts are from, like who kind of like, okay, so there's this thing that I actually know about this, where there are energies that go to the universe, and by them doing this and hopping around all the different places, they bring new codes and possibilities to that universe to play around with, and for others to play around with it. And because they're not in the matrix, which is very strict with the combinations, they were not strict. So the the beings that were there were not strict, like combinations. There's all kinds. And so they found out who the creator was brought those. And so that is who they ask questions to. And And the reason why is because now that they're in the learning teaching dimension or the matrix, they're now stuck in the form that they have, and so they're going to evolve. So that's how it works here. So they're like, when the grandparents had children, whatever they looked like, that is what the rest of the line's going to look like or have, because that's how it works here. So it's going to maybe appear like that, but they still have the option to choose things. That's what they're telling me. And so when we go to the temple, each temple is about that. It's to talk about who was the one that brought that combination? Like, who brought that combination? That is their God-ish, and they ask questions because they feel like that is what connects them. So, and I don't know if it's working, but that's basically how they get all their information. They have a lot of technology, but they don't have any other way of doing things. They don't write things down. They do sometimes do tablets for records of like, if someone is going to build something or something like that. So it's like records of what they do, but there's no written like creativity. It's all like asking questions and then doing stuff with those questions, if that makes sense. So it's not the type of creativity like people would do with paintings. It's like, they would ask questions about things that they want to know, and then they would maybe paint something or carve something according to that. And they would just, because they're so connected, they know how to do it. Every artisan is so proud of their craft that they want to share at the same time. Yeah, I bet. That's how it is when I go to the British Museum also. So most people there are aware that they're in a simulation. No, the grandparents, no. Because they saw what happened when when they and the land, like all of a sudden they're somewhere. They were like, like it was like kind of what we went through when they went through the fog. They went through something like that, but it was like a different thing where everything, it's like you wake up, but some of them didn't just wake up. Some people, it happened when they were awake, and it was like a really weird shift. So they don't know that they're in a simulation. They just know that the rules are changing, and all this stuff, they just know what's happening. And I'm going to see why they don't know. Oh, it's because they go to these temples and they ask questions to their, the maker of that original bodysuit, if that makes sense. So when they're talking to those energies, they don't necessarily know about this. They do, like, they know about, they're not going to like just tell them random things. They ask questions. Okay, so I'm in one of the temples. I don't know if you guys are in the temple. There's this temple that is like, all of a sudden I'm in it. I don't know do you guys need help getting there? Let me know if you're in there. It's like a triangle, and it's like, again, it's one of those ones that has no doors. It's just the hatches below. And up above, you can see the sky. Are you guys there? I see someone sitting in the middle of it. Yeah, it is like an open air. Okay. Okay, so there's someone sitting in there, and for some reason I think I'm connected to them, so I'm now them. And the way it feels is it's like very humanoid. And there was a very weird noise that was like, oh, and it wasn't my stomach. I don't know what that was. So yeah, so the way it feels to be this version, oh, thank you, is it's like they're asking questions and tons of stuff is coming through, kind of like what Trent is talking about. And it's so intense, and they don't believe in writing things down. So I can feel that they feel so full, if that makes sense. Yeah, they feel very full. and they've been doing, this person that I'm in is about, I'm seeing them grow up. They're showing me like how, like, I feel like they're maybe 60-ish, like maybe 50s, because I see them like do the stages of life kind of. Because like it's really hard to know because of they don't do that stuff. But they feel like they feel full. And I'm asking him if okay, so I asked him if he writes this down or he expresses it. He says no. He says that he does this for other people. He holds on to people's questions for them. And it is actually a job. And he's been doing it since he was very young. And I asked him if if he considers himself a priest. And he doesn't know what that means. He says that, yeah, he does this for people. So some people can't do this. It really, so I mean, some of the beings can't do this because it hurts them, and some of them are not part of that connection, but they're curious and they want to ask more questions, and so they don't know that they could get those questions too. He says that he doesn't understand when he tells them, but they don't think that they can. And so part of his job is for those people that are from that line, and also people who want to know like about this. And he holds it all for them. And the people, when he leaves, which is very rarely, he leaves like once a month, kind of. Like, again, I don't know, because they don't have the time or things going on. They make it happen. But for whatever that, like that kind of, it feels like a month, kind of. The people come, and it's first come, first serve, and the people have to ask the question again or they can't have it, and they can ask more as well, but if he doesn't have it in there, like in where he holds it in him, they won't get it. So it's kind of like a gamble. So they might not get what they need, but sometimes they do. So it feels like, to these people, it feels very special and like it's meant to be if they finally get the thing that they need, if that makes sense. Yeah, he's giving me, he has a lot of pain in his stomach. And he just told me he reaches out to me sometimes to hold extra stuff because he says that it doesn't affect me. And I'm like, what? Oh my God, yeah, no, please. He's like, I promise it doesn't. Okay, he's actually showing me when he's done that before. Oh, it's the thing again where they think I'm not a person. I think it's because I jumped in. Okay. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna catch him up really quick. Oh, he's so intrigued. Okay, I'm gonna talk to him later. Whatever. Okay. I think I'm whatever this temple is, I'm the maker of that one. Like, that's the one that my bigger energy, like, made the parts. Okay, so I'll talk to him later. Poor guy. Okay. All right, where do you guys want to go next? Or ask. What questions do you want to ask? Elderman made me extremely sleepy, like sluggish. Yeah, he's intense. Like, he's feeling like very full.
That's what I was like. I started trying to focus in, and all of a sudden I'm just like, I could use a nap right now.
Poor guy. I
And I
think he
said, okay,
wants that
what's going
too.
on? He's like, what's going on?
I'm like, why are you doing this, man? But he got very excited though when he found out that we can connect. So I'm gonna talk to him later.
Well, what's funny is that my son just went, like, literally right before I muted the mic, ran to his bed with his blanket and flopped himself down to sleep. I'm like, okay. I guess that handles that. No
He's
rocking on my
probably
part.
like that means that probably he's a version of you as well. So that's probably why. Like you guys are all connected to it.
Oh,
Okay.
that
Are
was
you falling asleep too, you guys? Oh no. Okay. Oh, and someone is called Sleepy Panda Baby. That's coming in. Everyone's sleepy. Okay. How can we? How would you guys want to pick this up? Where would you like to ask?
hmm.
It feels weird to eat
I
this
think.
carrot. I'm like looking at it like, what is this?
Oh, what is it? Sorry, just to make a quick joke. The pressure in society to not eat a banana the right way in public.
Oh. So Sleepy Panda Baby says, "Who are you guys channeling?" So we're doing remote viewing, and I will do it again. But basically, if you don't go on the journey, sometimes it's random. But you're welcome to join with us. Oh, bye, Robin. Thank you for joining us. I hope that you loved it. And
Oh, side note, I tried
I'm
your
feeling very
salt
weird with
and
this
pepper
because
banana.
um
It ended up being delicious. I think you mentioned plantain, but it ended up being very good.
does anyone have any
Okay.
more questions? Oh my god, I know what's
Hmm.
happening. I'm dying from this carrot.
I I was wanting to know because I kept trying to think and try to figure out how to ask how was the temple made, and that's
Oh,
more just my own energy, just out of curiosity, trying to figure out how the temple is made. And
they're
I
showing me
keep
stuff.
seeing, I just keep seeing one giant formation already existing, and it's being carved into place.
Yeah. So what they're showing me is like it going like this. So like a reverse sandcastle kind of. So instead of like putting a thing like going like this and going like that, it's the opposite. It's like being pushed up kind of, if that makes sense. They're showing me a lot of because that remember how they can move the elements around and do wild stuff. So they're showing me they almost heat this granule like it looks like sand kind of. They heat it and then push it up. And then when it pushes up, it's like almost like solid glass when it cools, but like crunchy. So it's not like clear glass, it's like crunchy. Oh, it's like if you were to put ice in sand and you see like grains of sand and it's like dirty and murky or whatever. That's kind of how it looks until it completely cools. Oh, interesting. So you guys are remote viewing random people. No. um, what I'm doing is I help people empower people to do these things so that they can look into anything they want and learn anything they want and learn more about themselves and explore everything, right? And so I'm doing this on the live because I will show people how to try this out for themselves and on their own and get answers for anything. Like you can do anything. But I do classes and I'm not like so far I'm going to be doing some classes because I was already doing it, but then I stopped for a while. But I'm going to be doing classes again when I feel that people are interested. And in the classes, we do all different kinds of techniques, and they're supposed to be like little starting points so that people can feel empowered to start exploring things. I also do sessions where it's a one-on-one and it helps you map out who you are and finding out also your style of energy that connects them together and connects your human as well. And so in these things that we're doing on the live, for example, this, I am showing people how to do that process and also what it's like. So it's like a wine tasting almost. You're getting a little taste of what it's like And if you need an additional, everyone can do this on their own. Everyone can do this, even though people try to gatekeep and be weird. And so that's what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show people, I learned that also there's people who don't want to do these things. And so it's also a tasting for people who don't want to do it. So they get to know, they're like, oh, I don't want to do this. Like, I'm not going to even bother, you know? So there's all the different things. It's like a tasting. We're doing a wine tasting, basically. Um, so Sleepy Panda Base says, oh, interesting. So you guys, can I learn to remote view if I have aphantasia? I cannot visualize things in my mind's eye. Yes. So you are alive and you live life, so you will experience it differently. So on the live, when you participate with us, we will be like all of us are using like the visualizations, but everyone is also visualizing different things. So whatever you do in life to live your life, you have other things going on, right? You have all kinds of different senses. You are creating things every day. Like every day you wake up and you make food and stuff like that, you have to do commands in your head to make those things exist. So you have to find your way of doing that. So if that is, it could be anything. You might not see it. Like let's say I see this guy sitting, blah, 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 that we were talking about in that little triangle. You know what a triangle looks like. So you just feel like a triangle, or you feel your grandfather that you know, or whatever. So you have different ways of doing it, but that's up to you. And it's a live, so it's not a session. So I wouldn't get in detail about how it is for you. But in the set, you get to explore it how you get to explore it, if that makes sense. So if you get a smell all of a sudden, or you remember when you were a kid how it felt to swing on a swing, that's still you participating. But it is alive, so it is for everyone. So it might not be specifically tailored to you, right? But that's why I have all my sessions and readings, and I will do a reading like that as well. So yeah. You're a human and you live life, so you have your own way of doing it. Just because we're saying things doesn't mean it has to be that way. You can do anything you want, right? Yeah.
I was going to ask real quick. I have moments where I tell myself, oh no, that's just my imagination, and I feel like I pull myself out of it. Because for a good long minute there, I was seeing a cone of mud being built up, a stone being put inside, and the mud has two grooves that are completely adjacent to each other. Stone being put inside that has 4 teeth sticking off of it. As it's being placed inside the tube, the sand heats up at the bottom, the air forces the stone upward, and it causes it to spin.
Yeah.
And it's pushed up against stone. It was creating pillars. As it would fall and rise, it'd chip away and take more sediment with it each time it'd rise and fall from the heat.
Yeah, I see that too.
And the cool. And I just sat there and I'm like, it's spinning, it's spinning, it's spinning. Then I get lost in thought watching it spin. And I'm like, is this my imagination? What am I doing? What's going on here? I'm like, I would never imagine this.
This is what people feel scared, is everything is our imagination. That's what imagination is. So imagination is how everything exists. We're tapping into like every single thing we need to do is imagination. Even things that we've been taught. Like earlier in the live with the lady that was talking about the manifestation being like finite, even finite things are still imagination. You have to still choose how you're going to use that tool, right? Yep. So like she was saying she wants objects, right? So like she has to choose which object. That's imagination. That's like a thought process. Thought processes is imagination. Emotions, thought process, all the stuff that's going on inside, that's imagination. All of it. And then you either express or integrate it.
And you told me this before as well, and that's what I ended up using to get past the crap I've been through. Because it was almost impossible for me to imagine a better future, so I'm like, oh, I'm going to try it anyways.
Yeah. Because we make our future anyway. So if you're like exploring all the different possibilities and different things similar to us that look like future things to us, it just means it's another version that has the thing that you want. So it's about wants. That's what they are. They're paths to things that you want. And some people are very sensitive to paths that you want that already exist. And so they go, oh, I'm telling the future, but you're not really telling the future. You're looking at those paths that are very close to this. And each time they change, you're very quick at changing it. That's basically what it is. And like every single person that does that, that's what it is. Oh, the puzzle's coming.
Oh,
Oh, it went away. I didn't
That-
even get to do it. It verified without me doing it. That's a new one. Thank you. One of the energies probably did it. Oh,
is anybody
okay,
else's
yeah.
screen? No. Oh well. It
Okay,
only
so I
happens when
think
I. That's okay.
who's
Sorry, I'll
in
mute
the
myself.
who's in the live that wants to, do you guys want to keep going, or do you guys want to hop in here and ask more questions about like this stuff? What does everybody want to do? I'm gonna go soon, I think. Let's see, what time is it? I can't see in my background. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit, so we'll talk. Whoa. So the dolphins, I'm gonna be doing it soon. They were bothering me, and even going through you to bother you. I was talking to my friend um about these. Okay, so when I was in Krakow in Poland on Wednesday, and there was a weird feeling, and my friend was feeling weird as well, and she wasn't there. She lives in London, and we were like, what is going on? And I didn't understand. I even went on the live and we were talking about it. I didn't understand the difference between what I was going through, like personally, and the collective. And I realized it wasn't the collective as in our collective, it was the collective as in everything ever kind of collective. It wasn't an energy shift, which I'm used to just the energy shifts. So there is something, I didn't talk about it that much on the live, but there's something that happened. There's two things that happened, and they're chain reactions. So basically, I touched on who Light is to me, and she basically is, there's some distortions that have happened with her, and she had her first awakening of those distortions. And since almost all of us are tied to light, we're going to feel that. But the ones that are from that initial distortion and those distortion stories, we're going to be feeling it more. And it's a weird feeling. I wasn't sad, but every place I went to in my multi-focus looked like it was burned. And I was like, what is going on? And then when I was in Poland, like I was in these beautiful basilicas and cathedrals, and I saw these little beings that were going past. And this was with not my mind's eye, it was with my physical eye. And the only thing I have seen with my physical eye is little tiny fairies. But that is because of my energy. That's not because they're like allowed to be like here. It's because I literally am like, it's part of my energy. Whatever. That was very weird for me when that happens. I've seen orbs and normal stuff like that, but like actual little beings that are like completely fully like here, like that's the only ones I've seen. So I was very in shock because I was not expecting to be in a Catholic church that has these liquidy beings going like this. And I was like, okay, I don't know what's going on. And today I wanted to talk about this with my friend, and the dolphins hijacked it and started like wanting to talk about stuff. And I started talking to her about dolphins, and she's like, wait, we're talking about. So it's just very funny that I had to explain that. But anyway, those beings are kind of like what dolphins are in the sense that they carry fire throughout different realms, and they're very small. They're like this, and they look like she found a good picture of them. So they look like axolotls mixed with a dragon, and they look like bats and birds all mixed together. And it looks cartoon wise like How to Train Your Dragon, that little black, they're black and like with little scalies and like cute little doggy kind of face almost. And then we started looking at medieval structures that we've been to, including there, and they have them in there too. And so basically they told me that they're like now free to do what they normally do because they were blocked. They were put in a realm and stayed there, and it was because of what light was going through. So now light is like letting them, like, because that's one of her awakenings or whatever. So anyway, that is some little quick drama about that. But the dolphins are coming soon. Huh?
And sorry to put you on the spot for it. My son got up, brought in his little speak and spell, and just kept hitting dolphin over and over again.
Oh, no, it's the dolphins are coming through him. So basically, the reason why they interjected
Wow.
when I was talking to my friend is because they basically go through the realms as well, but the difference is that they manifest into a physical vessel like an animal, and they have a council that's supposed to help them, and they can't when they get stuck here, and they go crazy, and they do things like grape people and each other, and they get very violent, and weird things happen. But that council can get in contact with humans and influence them. And one of the things that they count as a success, this is something I'm going to talk about in the thing, is the thing where humans were having dolphins help women give birth. That was something that was going to be really terrible. Like they were already having symptoms and they were complaining, and that council like was like, "Oh my god." And so the humans that made laws about it, they made laws because they were influenced by that council. But there's nothing they can do except influence humans about that council. I mean, about that council can only influence humans about things that are about to go wrong or whatever, but they can't really even they can't help the dolphins get back. And so the ones that are not stuck, as in like they just were born here, they're like they become kind of animals. Like they're a bit they're it's confusing, and I'm gonna get that straight. That's the part I don't understand, but the I just know more about the ones that usually they go in and out of all the different places and bring things. And yeah, it's a bit dramatic. So some dolphins are actually dolphins, and some are actually trapped ones. If you guys have ever watched The Last Unicorn, it's like that. Like they forget who they are and they get trapped. Like they don't realize that they're not a dolphin. So wild. I know. But apparently, because I'm gonna be talking in detail with them, I've done half of the interview. When I do the other half, apparently the council says they see this as another success, but at least they had one success, right?
Listen, I'm still trying to understand everything because I finally said like, all right, I'm done with the synchronicities. Okay, it's getting weird,
Yeah, that
and
just shows that you're connected. That's all that is.
and because like I was like I was told to move here,
Yeah.
and this would be my unicorn, my start, and I was like, I still don't understand what that was supposed to mean, and I
Yeah.
sure have not seen no unicorn. And then fast forward a day later, going down the road, somebody who I don't even know, who's just on my drive to the grocery store, bought a giant statue of a unicorn and put it in their front yard.
They're like, haha.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt there. I was like, okay,
They do
somebody's
that to
being a
me
wise
too.
ass.
They do that to me too, and I'm like, oh my god. Okay, so you guys know my book that I'm writing is and also what I'm helping people with. I call it self apotheosis. And when on that trip, I went to this museum, and there is a weird painting of this guy, and he's wearing wild stuff, and it's from probably I'd say late 1700s, and he's just like expressing himself. He has really wild stuff, and he's like very tiny as well on this horse, and it says apotheosis, and I'm like, stop it! It's so random. It's not even like a word that people say like as a title or whatever. It's so random, and I'm like, you guys.
Well, I got a little frustrated with it. I was like, okay, that's it. I'm stealing it. I'm taking the unicorn and I'm hiding it. But I wouldn't be able to move it. It's like 400 pounds. I don't even know how much that cost them to get.
They
But they
probably
decided
thought
they
about
wanted,
that.
they
Like,
probably wanted to get a unicorn or get something to decorate their yard. But that's it. There's no decoration in the yard anywhere. It's just a big ass unicorn in the middle of a big empty yard.
that's definitely a haha.
But the haha moments get weird,
They do get weird.
especially
But
where I'm
yeah, if you
at.
want,
This is
whenever
nothing
you're
but
ready,
redneck.
Trent, I might, if you're interested, when I do classes, maybe you can come to the classes and we can do that. Um,
I
because
planned on at least paying for some of the classes that I could get once I get the job going.
yeah,
So I was
because
like,
the
hey,
classes would
come
be
to
about
get me a job.
tools and stuff. So What I do is not always, but in the past, I would have everybody just bring in things, and everyone can do different things. So I did all different stuff. So one time I did like everyone bring in an art piece, and I show them how to jump into the art and find information about themselves. And then what I did is like once everyone kind of that kept coming, they knew about all the different techniques, then they could bring in those different techniques. Or they could just talk about something in their life that they want to do, and I will be able to do it in the class. And then everyone gets to benefit. And the cute part is everyone always has a message as well, like, because then everyone can practice kind of like seeing what they get as well for each person. And Janine is like the one that loves the classes the most. And so when I stopped them, she was like, no, but she absolutely loves them. And she's like, she brings like the best energy to those classes. So we know Janine will be in them. But yeah, I want to do them soon, but I want to make sure that you guys want to do it. But other than that, I have the readings, which could also work. There'll be a video though. And all the tools are like, the tools of those readings are, one of them is like about stuff like this. So you can ask that. I also have those workbooks. The workbooks, the Gods one is a technique that you can use for anything. So that God workbook one, excuse me, it might, it's like little questions that asks you like this and this and this. So that might be interesting. Another way is because you are getting synchronicities, that is basically your energy coming out because you're expanding so much and learning about yourself, and you've been like, yeah, I'm going to do this. And so they all just start coming out and almost leaking out. That's kind of what's going on with the synchronicities. And so to me, I want straightforward stuff. I don't like, I love that to make life magical, but when I really want to know something, last thing I want is for Pan to show himself in architecture or something like that. I'm like, okay. Oh my God. That's so him. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I would be like, I'm like, no, like he would do that. Where I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. And then he would just show a picture of himself. And I'm like, okay, that's not cool. He's like, I'm with you, kind of that crap. And so then I found out how to like get in contact with them no matter what. So it's about building bridges. So yeah, so if you want to do that work, but it's this
I
one.
would ask, is there a way to develop time understanding of what is considered to be time? Because I was more focused on trying to figure out why my life had to be the way it was. I still am curious because
Time or timing?
But I think timing. Just it's a two-part question, I suppose. I was very curious and frustrated and trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
Like what everybody wonders, why is my life like this? Why did it have to go this way? Why did it start off this way?
Yeah.
Whatever. Done with it. More trying to focus on the future. But I had a lot of, I don't even want to call them premonitions because I don't know what they are. It's like a daydream on acid. Everything's way too vivid.
Yeah.
And the stuff happens, but I can't catch any kind of rhythm or pattern to make it malleable. Like the unicorn thing, that was 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And then boom, there's a giant statue of a unicorn in the middle of redneck country.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's hard to miss.
So yeah, the timing thing is not, it's not timing in this case, in this sense that you're talking. What actually it is what do you call it? It is you not knowing when you want things or ask about things. So when you start observing this more often, and it's a technique that I do in my sessions where I help people follow the thought process, the thought forms, because we don't practice this, but if you practice it, it starts getting stronger and stronger, where you will know how you brought that into it. Why is that there? What is that the answer to? What was that? Right? You know what I mean? So it isn't about timing. Like, you know how you said it was a month ago? It's that there's something, again, like when they said that, you asked a similar question again, either unconsciously or even consciously, but you didn't know that it's related to that again. So that's what they
The
do.
first time
Like, for
around,
example, what?
the first time around, it was about trying to find a way to create a new start for myself with all the stalking, the manhunting, escaping all
Yeah.
the bullshit,
Yeah.
and it kept coming up the image of you'll find your unicorn, you'll find it, and then I
Yeah.
was like, "Where's my unicorn?" And then statue of unicorn. That's where I'm
Yeah.
like,
To
it's
me,
symbolism
this
that
is
kind of
it's sassiness. Like, it's like your own energy being sassy to you, because basically they're saying you'll get your unicorn, and they're saying, like, focus on what your unicorn means to you. And you're like, well, where is it? Because you weren't you asking for an actual unicorn, right? Or did you what
yes.
were
In
you
that
asking?
moment, I was being very sarcastic.
Yeah, and so they were sarcastic back
In that
because it's
moment, I
you.
was being very sarcastic. I was like,
There you go. Now you know. So it's your energy is matching your energy. It's coming out exactly how it's answering you exactly how you asked. But they're also being sarcastic like that on top of it. They're telling me this because you didn't understand what it meant in the first place. So it was worth being dramatic and funny and getting your attention because it reminds you to look into what that means to you, what a unicorn means to you, right?
well,
So it's
I
like a
found
double.
out after a lot of reflection exactly what I want. I'm not going to draw it out here and
Yeah.
survive. I was just going to say
Yeah.
I sat down for a very long time and figured out what I want my new life to look like
Good.
as far as bare bones. Because I don't know what to fill the gaps in with that normal people do.
Yeah.
Other people had hobbies. I either foraged for food, worked, or sat and stared at a wall. So I want to try and fill stuff in to replace that.
Yeah. Good.
And but I kept getting these same exact questions over and over again. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? I don't know. What I want is structure first. Can we start there?
Yeah. My feet have been tingling since the shoe suggestion. Oh, that means that you're connecting. So remember, whoever was here that was talking about aphantasia, this would be another thing that would be like a special thing. You would get feet tingling. So you don't have to see it. You can feel your feet tingling. I don't know if they're still here, the aphantasia person. But yeah, if that's okay, I'm gonna give them. If there's another person who asked that, I'm gonna give that as an example. If that's okay, because that's very cute. Okay, I have to hop off. Thank you. Of course. Thank you for joining us. It was fun. But yeah, if it's okay, I will tell that person, another person, or that person that they go because they always say that they're like, I have aphantasia, and I'm like, okay, well, you might feel like tingling in your shoes, your feet.
When I
Because
first started this,
people
I actually got to the point where I
go
was
ahead.
begging for a signal to my body because I thought I was losing my mind, one, with everything going on. At the moment,
Yeah.
I was like, man, I could really be losing my mind. I wonder if there's any actual signal. Whole entire body starts tingling. And I'm like, oh, maybe
Oh,
that's just me doing it. So I sat there forever trying to do it myself. And I'm like, well,
yeah.
how did that happen before? So I out loud started saying, if there's anything around me that was causing that, could you please do it again? And the next thing I feel like a cell phone on vibrate.
There you go.
So
So yeah, those
well,
are your
I give them a
answers.
little
So they are
confirmations.
synchronicities, but I feel like these are answers to you. And pay attention, like follow the thread of how, like before it happened, like what thread got you to that, like what questioning, because there's a very it like every time, like even if you think, oh yeah, right, it always comes down to what your needs are. And yes, you might see it in a way or not understand it, but you'll know where it comes from at least. So if you start practicing that, it helps with those things. But in this case, these are not timing things though. When it comes to anything
Okay.
timing, time is a filter and also a human measurement. So energetically and the way it's been structured for us, like the actual time as in like Chronos of the Matrix, that's like it's like a filing system, it's an organization process, so we're not seeing tons of stuff at once. So like you, Trent, when you're experiencing tons of the information coming through, you're not experiencing time. That's what it feels like to not be in time. Me, I have this, but mine, because I have multi-focus, it holds all of them and I feel the soft differentiation between each one. So yours is pretty close to it, but that's how it is when I'm not letting it structure. Like it was a weird thing because like I have to put boundaries, but I also have to let it be natural because when I pushed it, it would get very intense. Like my head will start burning and be on fire. There was when I did the podcast, I even mentioned in the podcast, I was having horrific burning, and it was because I didn't find a way. I now know lots of ways around this, but I didn't really. I just went for it, and to be honest, that is how you figure stuff out to help others, and how inventions happen anyway. So I was like I call it the fucking around and finding out in energy work, and so I was like in the new frontiers, and I'm like my head is burning in fire, and I'm like ah, it was like so horrible. But at the same
And
time, all the information that was coming in was amazing, and I felt like myself. So I was like, okay, this is painful but cool. And then I was like, oh shit, I don't have to. It was like wild, and the energy that I connected with was actually very not dangerous, but if you don't know what's going on, it could make someone have a psychosis moment because you don't know what's going on. You start to forget what you were doing.
yes,
You don't understand those pathways, like I said, and it's very intense. And
been
it's
there.
not a bad thing. It's just a reaction to that energy as a human. And
I
so
gotta
when I found that
interject
out,
something really
what was that?
quickly with what you just said. I have to interject something really quickly with what you said.
Okay.
When all this first started, how I mentioned before my phone would unlock itself and show videos or show something. I have an app that was supposed to be for like self-discovery, self-therapy. I downloaded years ago. It gives one a day. It gives you a single message of encouragement. Since I've been kind of getting more familiar with this side of myself, it will give me stuff at random
Yeah.
that will either be just a few moments ahead,
Yeah.
like I'll wait and then boom, there it is, or, and this is what it just popped up. It already gave me the encouragement message. Today
Yeah.
it says, it's not the material things that matter, it's the deeper meaning behind them. You don't need to focus
Yeah.
so hard on the solid object. I was like, that's a little too on the nose.
It's so cute. Okay, so I tried past life hypnosis, but I don't know if I made it up or if it could have been real. But what is even real? That's a great question. So when you say, but what is even real? That's when you actually are going deep. And that is the type of thinking that's going to help you explore infinity. So basically, everything is made up. It's just who is making it up. And when you're getting information like past life hypnosis, it's not a past life, it's a parallel life. And someone reminded me that people might not know what parallel means. So here's one life and here's another life. They're going alongside each other. And it's more than just that, but that's the first step to knowing about this. No past life, parallel. And you can always get in contact with these other versions of you. And you will be able to meet them in a bigger way, in a smaller way. You can go and meet them. We just in this live went and did some remote viewing. You can do that. You can go and do astral travel things. You can do all kinds of stuff to meet them. And when people think they're dead, no one's going to think to go and visit them, are they? They're going to think, oh, that's it. No, there is another version of you that you can go and visit. And I help people with that if they need help, but you can do it yourself. You literally just go and do it. I know it sounds funny, but we were just talking about that. And imagination is everything. So even when we do something that's finite, like we make a cake, we're still using our imagination to use a process of that finite process, which is a finite thing. But finite's the other way around. It's not using infinity. Like it's like trying to structure, it's trying to pretend you are, but you're pretending that infinity doesn't exist so that you can focus on something. And what you're doing is you're focusing on something so that you can get a desired outcome that someone else has already done. So when you make a cake from a recipe, you know that person tried that out and made sure it was okay and published that. And when you make it exactly to the T of what they say, it's going to be the same desired outcome. And so that's why humans do this, but it's just us pretending that there's no infinity and that you have to do something that someone else did. But essentially, if we all kind of work together because it's about the collective, eventually we can actually just do it. Like Trent has talked about it many times. Oh, thank you. Trent actually talked about how he could find certain things like food that was stored, like building things, and that is when you connect to all of it. But we don't do that. So it's very hard to have never gotten the opportunity, and Trent did and practiced it. So you can't. Do you know the egg theory that we are basically the same being living all the lives? That theory is very close, but it is not helpful for us to explore. So my thing is, there's someone who asked me a question, and I did a post recently, I think 3 videos back. They asked me, are you sure of all these things? And the reason why I'm sure is because of my focus and my intention. So my focus and my intention is to help everyone be empowered and sovereign and be able to map out their origins and be able to bring those and melt them kind of into their life and make sure that they're not doing things only that are what other people have said. They're mixing things and having fun and bringing cool stuff to our realities, right? And so matches empowering people because it doesn't help you find your origins. It makes sense in a way to explain things that people have already talked about in religions, and it helps people get out of that concept. It's like a stepping stone. But I wouldn't, to me, this egg theory is a good step to see. I've heard the actual story it comes from, because it's not just a theory, it's an actual guy wrote it. And he shows how you jump into them. Like you jump into different things. And that's kind of what happens is there's no like past life. So there's like, if you want, and I've seen this in my experience with a version of me that's a psychopomp. And the psychopumps do this. They ask them, do you want to go into your bigger, it's a piece of energy that's like stuck, like doesn't, only has one emotion kind of. And they say, would you like to go to the bigger energy, or would you like to grow with this other energy so that you can become your own or whatever? And when you do that, they have options of different ones they can hop into. And so that shows you that egg theory makes sense for that, but there's way more going on. That's just one job, right? So this perspective is true, but it's like from a very tiny perspective that is, like I said, a stepping stone to show that there's more things. So like there's basically, so let's say my bigger energy, it has this branch, this branch, this branch, this branch, this branch. But me as a human, I'm a direct line, or if you want to say a line, to that bigger energy. And so that means I'm that, and I'm also all those branches as well, but I have more of a contact of the bigger one, if that makes sense. So it takes more work for me to talk to those, but now I've done it so much that I do now, and I'm meeting new ones and they're integrating with me. So in a way, that one, the big energy, that would be like, from their perspective, it's about perspective. From their perspective, it would be the same being, kind of, right? From their perspective, I'm the same as them. The branches are the same as them, right? Do you see what I mean? And so, and then there's also infinity as well. And we all have all of these things inside us. So this is why this theory is helpful if you just want to just move on and be like, okay, I got it, and you move on. But if you want to keep exploring, this does not help you explore. So
I'm going to interject real quick. As you were teaching that and talking about it, I kind of tried to sit here and put myself into a little bit of a trance. I just fixed my AC. I didn't know what was broke with it, but I just sat here and tried to imagine I was an AC repairman, and I was like, he's already on his way. I'm wondering when he'll get here. I wonder what it'll be like when he does it. And so I just kind of sat back, relaxed, and tried to embody that. I stood up, just went outside, pulled out the breaker, took the prongs, bent them with my fingers, and plugged it back in, and it worked.
Yes. Good job.
I got AC again.
Yay! See, you guys, look.
I have really good handle on this stuff.
Does that make sense? XYN. So yeah, so I would what I would do for you if you come up with these cool things that you find, like for example, you find the egg theory or things like that, I would just see why I would start by thinking, why were you interested in it? What parts make you excited? And like I said, I have all the tools for you to get started, but you can do it yourself. Like I just do this for people who are like, they just don't know where to start. And the funny part is every single time I help people, they are like, oh my God, this makes sense. I kind of have been doing this. And it's always like that because we always are doing it. So in a way, I'm kind of just reminding people of what they already do. And most of spirituality tells you that you have to do things, but I'm helping you remember what you already do with these tools. So you can do it yourself. That's my specialty. So I hope that's interesting to you.
And she's very good at it. Sometime if you guys catch another one of her lives, I'll give my backstory. I was used and abused for my ability to kind of tap in and see how things work before they're
Oh, I thought you
there.
were talking about the bird thing. I was like,
Basically,
oh no.
no, not just the bird. We could talk about that again if you'd like.
I
But
was no, I
I
thought you
was
were saying
used as a
you were used and
tool.
abused by the bird. Anyway, I was like, oh no. Okay,
Anyways,
anyway.
coming to these lives has helped me a lot because before I was squeezed as a sponge, more or less, through not so great means. And when they realized that I could figure things out before they occurred, they abused it heavily. And since then, I've been trying to figure out why I'm able to do it. And this has been the place to really explore that and get comfortable with it.
Yay! It's very interesting. I can
And
put it
also the
in
bird.
words, but our interconnectedness runs so much deeper than we all think. Okay, so I don't know if that is from what I said or that's just something you want to talk about. Because I don't know, because I asked you if it made sense with what I said, but because everyone, like, that's one of the first things you realize when you start to get to know yourself. Okay. So basically when people say this, when they feel that interconnectedness, that is the first time you actually you feel everything. And so we have to start somewhere, right? And so that's our first thing. We're like, "Whoa." And a lot of people, even when they take drugs, they say that. They're like, "Oh my God, we're all connected." And yes, we are. But is that going to help us do XYZ or to love ourselves or find out what boundaries are, to explore different things in infinity? Not really, right? It just makes us go, okay, because we are. It's infinity. Everything's connected. Absolutely. And I actually come from one of the biggest, like I have a direct line to the biggest energy, one of the biggest energies. And still, for me to even understand that, I needed to look at all the part, like my whole story, all the different things. So if we just say it's great, it's a cool feeling, but if we just say that, we're not going to be able to explore and empower us as a human being. It's gonna be the same thing that every religion has done, where they're like, okay, there's one God. So it's fine. It's not a bad thing. It's beautiful and it feels nice. But eventually, if you want to keep exploring, if you do, you might not want to, and that's completely okay. And I do know that when I do this, I know that some people, when I show people all the possibilities, some people don't want those possibilities. And that's completely, I respect that and it's valid. And I found this woman the other day, like 2 days ago, that I've seen before. And I was like, I was not in the mood. I was going through like, Dark Night of the Soul vibes. And so I just like didn't watch it and I was like, whatever. But I watched her live and her videos, and she basically was talking about how she opened her third eye, but I told everybody that you basically your third eye is always open. It's just that when someone has an experience, it means that they decided something, and then the result of what happened made their life intense, and they didn't know what to do with it. They freaked out. They had probably a little bit of psychosis. Psychosis means that you don't know if it's your internal reality, external reality, or where to put things, and it just ruins your life. Like it's not what you want in life. right? And so when I saw this with her, she is getting a lot of backlash for that. And people are like, you don't even know. But she does know. She knows she didn't want that. And so she's providing a space to tell people, if you do want to do these things, even though she doesn't understand that it's not about opening your third eye, it's just literally about like asking certain questions that will get answered, if that makes sense. And it's going to be quite intense. She wanted to know her purpose. That is like really big compared to what people usually ask. Usually people are like, I want to open my third eye and I want to go astral travel and I want to look at aliens, and like they say cute things like that. And so their stuff is not as like dramatic. She asked for her purpose. Like that's very deep. And so she clearly has said that she doesn't want that depth, and she got it. Like she talks about the wild, she described it and she doesn't know what it is and she doesn't want it. She's like, yuck, no. But she literally, they gave her all these weird symbols and crazy things, and it freaked her out. And so I know that some people don't want this. So I know that what I do when I show people what's possible, I'm doing this so that people know that they don't want stuff or they love stuff, and they get to choose, because my energy is all about giving the choice so that people know what they can do. Because I don't want people to think that they can't do stuff. I want them to say, I can do this, but I don't want to. I can do this and I'd love to do this. This is going to bring value to my life. So that's what I'm here to do. I'm going to catch up what you guys said. If you have been treated horribly through life, egg theory becomes soul crushing. Yeah. A lot of people become homeless from not being able to differentiate physical and spiritual. Yes. I've experienced such trauma that egg theory kind of brings me comfort. But that's the thing. So right here, this is the difference. So XYN, this kind of stuff brings them comfort. And that's great, because that means that you needed that comfort for your growth or just coziness, right? But Trent doesn't want that. So he has a different style. So the way he deals with it is that he wants to do things, or he wants to see how things work. And to personally me, when I have a crisis or I feel like I'm freaking out and spinning, the only thing that will calm me down is to know how something works. If I don't know that, I get further upset. And I know that not everybody has that, but apparently Trent does too. And so but I do understand people who want comfort. I know lots of people, I've had many examples shown to me of how much peace and beauty and love and greatness it can bring people. But it doesn't mean everybody wants this. So that's why I provide this space, so that people can find that out. So I can tell XYN this, and then XYN can be like, oh, that's not for me. Right?
Yeah, I'd say just real quick from my stance on it, the egg theory, the way I look at it and the reason I perceive it as something I don't care for, like even at 4 or 5 years old, we were forced inside of a hog pen and made to kill small animals with bats, or otherwise we got beat with the bats.
Oh.
If I look at that, then that's me treating myself horribly wrong if I'm the same as everyone. And I could understand that one day I might be able to perceive it as that and not feel some kind of way about it. But at the current moment, everything that happened to me, and I mean like on a literal daily basis, I could not stomach if it's me treating myself that poorly. It's not anything I ever want to imagine or think about, because I'm on a journey of trying to reverse how I think because of what I went through.
Yeah, you want to reverse in a way that's empowering and yourself, instead of someone telling you how to do it or forcing you to feel a certain way or whatever. You want it to be authentic, and yeah. But yeah, so
and I also have a weird connection with animals. So even like the moments having to hurt animals, that kind of bites into me a little harder than it does others.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, when you start to look into these things, like I said, when you are exploring, I have explored beyond infinity, which makes no sense to people, because I've found ways to build little structures and stories surrounding them. And I've built relationships with these like fields of energy. And so we kind of work together. And I'm writing a book as well, if you're interested, XY, and I don't know if you are. Because again, with this book, I'm going to take everyone through my map, and then I'm going to take them through what I went through as a human, and how it relates, like the things that are relevant. and I'm gonna also share the stuff where I started to embody as well. So it's gonna be big, like the book. It's not gonna be like a small one. It's gonna take some time. Because also who knows what's gonna happen this year. So there's a lot of wild stuff that's already happened. So I want to probably add it. Well, no, who knows? Like it might not be a book. It might be like an online thing to read, and then I'll keep adding and stuff like that. But I'm writing it because I want people to see what is possible, like I said, and then you can be like, wait, where am I in that story? Do I care? And then like when you find out that you also have your own stories to find, I think it's more empowering than someone just saying, here is a structure and this is what it's like. So I do know the creation story, as in not, it has nothing to do with Earth. Earth didn't even exist. So it's like, that's the thing, is like our creation stories are made with Earth filters, and I'm doing it without an Earth filter. It's gone. It's like the creation of when creation started, as like, why would we create anyway? Like not we, not humans. Humans don't exist. Nothing exists. And I got to see that, and so it's a good baseline to start in, because it shows you like, okay, so how does this, when I listen to this, how does this make me feel? So I do have a podcast that talks about from the POV from humans. But I did recently on Patreon, the first tier. The podcast is public, but the Patreon is for members. The first tier, I just did a recent one that is from the perspective of bigger energies, how they look at the simulation. And then the what do you call it? The podcast is more cozy for people who are still not quite ready to get rid of like linear thinking, but it's still like fun, and I talk people through it, and I kind of take them through the energy, like what the history in quotes of spirituality. So then, like I said, I've continued it now from the POV of the actual being of the simulation and what's going on there. And so I'm going to keep carrying on. But I have a lot of stuff going on, and there's a lot of stuff to go listen to. Patreon has like classes and things like that that are about topics that people usually want to know about. The second tier is more about, there's the animal interviews about the big collective of animals that get sent here to do things and how that works. And I'm interviewing them and giving them a voice, because animals do not have a voice. People personify them and don't see them for what they are. Some of them, like I'm interviewing dolphins at the moment. They really are not animals. They kind of are, but they're not. And it's interesting because I know about energies that are like animals or not, but this is completely different, and it's actually pretty exciting and sad as well. But anyway,
Squirrels are
that is
foreshadowers,
that.
by the way.
What?
If I can help you a little bit with that one, squirrels are foreshadowers. They tell you that something is about to happen that is going to upset you. And it will be either a small upset, or if there's a lot of barking, it's going to be a big upset. I learned that one the hard way.
For
Don't
me, they're
walk in
always around me though.
No. They can always be around you. It's when they start yelling at you. If they
Oh, when
start
they start
alerting
yelling,
when nothing's
that's happened.
there, they start alerting when nothing's there. Just listen to it, because they're way smarter than what people think. I almost
All
walked on a
animals.
mountain.
Yeah, they sure are. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if that helped you, XYN, make more exploring infinity decisions, or if it is too much. I don't know.
Could I suggest you at least touch on, this is one of the things I wish I would have known before I started trying to explore infinity on my own, because before I met you, I had the thought that, what if everything is literally expansive? That's it. It just keeps going. It is
Yeah.
expansion itself. I kind of threw myself into a spiral of I don't know what, where my body just started trembling, and it's almost like an existential crisis where I just kind of sat in the floor and I was like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Everything is everything, and then
Yeah. And this is why, like, I say that I'm a channeler and philosopher of the infinite, because no one wants to touch it because that's the response that happens. And I went there. I fucked around, found out, and I went there. I've done it. I'm living, breathing. I did it.
I was in it for about a week, losing my mind.
I've been doing this for years, so losing my mind. But yeah,
I was left.
this is what it looks like on the other side. And yeah, everyone can do it. It's just that they just don't want to because it's intense.
This is an
But yeah.
understatement. We need new words. We definitely need new words.
Yeah, I'm being polite. It is effed up.
Because it was way
but-
well beyond
it is true, like primal waters, basically. You're going in primal waters. It is being in the middle of the ocean that doesn't have any life in it, and you're just there. That's basically the vibe. And you're pushed around, and you have to figure stuff out, and you have to be very strong. This is on your own. You have to be very strong-minded in the sense that you need to constantly be saying, is this relevant to me? Is this relevant to me? Who is me? Why am I me? What is this? And you have to ask that all the time, and it changes every second. And the energies coming to you change every second. And that's what it feels like without having support, which this is the new thing that is going to be like what people need. And I hope that no one is thrown into it, because I do know people have been thrown into it. And I was like, oh my God, I wish they found me because I've done it and I have life rafts. But anyway, so yeah. And it's very healthy for us though. It does set you free.
I was going to say, when you're trying to explore deeper into infinity, what are your thoughts as far as like just accepting it, going with the flow? Because that's what I did to calm myself down, but then it ended up keeping me there for days.
It's a good balance. You have to have a balance of your intention, who you are, like who you want to be even. It doesn't have to be who you are, like who you want to be, your intention of what you want to do each moment, and also the intention of like, the questions. So getting like very confident and asking questions, and that's your like basically when you're in there. And so you are going with the flow because that's just what it is. Like you have to let go. You can't hold on to time, and you can't hold on to past things like past lives. It's all parallel. They're all versions of you, and you have to let those things go. And it doesn't mean, and the other thing is living a life that is finite on the side is also important, and grounding, knowing people who are very grounded, and they're not like tacky or whatever, but they're very grounded in their life. Like they're very into what they're doing, and they're very lovely, open-hearted people, but they're very grounded. And so you don't have to be around people like that, but you can like look into things like that. But yeah, that's basically, this is you just by yourself going like that. But I literally can help you so that you don't have to do that. But if you want to do it yourself, that's how you do it. That's the DIY.
I was in a bad position when I did it. I had just escaped the last murder attempt. I was hiding out in the woods, and I just sat down and I was like, oh, let's see. It seems like there's nothing. It seems like there's no reason or rhyme. It doesn't matter. And then I kept going and going. And then I got to the point where I was like, show me what all does it mean? That was the wrong thing to ask, because that took me on the weirdest.
Yeah, that's not helpful.
Yeah.
That's not an intention. That's not a POV. That's not about you. And that's not about, what is it? What's the other one? I forgot the other ones. But yeah, all of those things need to be, who you are, or who you want to be. And so like, if you don't know those things, it's like, you will get to that point where you're like, what's the point? And I know a lot of people who say that, they're like, what's the point? And I do it sometimes because it means that I'm not focusing. And then when I'm like, oh, okay, I'm like this is what I want. This is the intention I have. So for example, if you're in the forest, you could be like, okay, I would like to get information from the trees. I'm going to focus on trees. So you go to the trees and you focus on what you get from the trees, and you don't force anything. You just like let it come to you. And so like, that's one thing you could do. And then you go, okay, I'm going to just sit here and I'm going to feel how I feel as a human in this forest. And you just start doing these like little tiny things. Like you keep doing that. And you still, if you get weird and feel weird again, you go, okay, I am this is what I want. My intention is to explore the forest and connect with the forest with me. And you just keep doing that over and over again. And once it becomes normal, like muscle memory, you don't have to do it anymore. The only thing I had left last year was the burning. My head would burn if lots of information was coming in. I also have rashes sometimes that happen. I sneeze sometimes and have sneezing attacks from nowhere. And I know how to get rid of them, but before I had no idea how. And I didn't know why it was happening either. So now I know why. And the other thing is, if you don't take it slow and you don't tell the energies that are giving you information, which are your own energies, you will not feel well because you won't be able to live life. Because
No,
the
I
whole
was
point
met
of
with
this is, huh?
endless contradictions. I said I was met with endless
And
contradictions.
that's
Everything
the
that they
truth.
said
So
contradicted.
anything that is a contradiction is the truth, because we have duality that is shown to us all the time. And when the two dualities or things that shouldn't go together come together, that is truth. And that's truth in the infinity way, like all of everything. But there's also your personal truth, which is your map, your origins. So everything will be true to you. So when we were talking about this the other day about lying, lying is just someone pulling something from their internal reality and with the intention to disguise something to someone. And so the reason why sensitive people would feel grossed out by the lie is not because it's a lie. We think that. It's actually because it's not natural for someone to pull you into their reality, and not even the reality that you're seeing, another reality that they've pulled. And it feels gross because it's not meant to happen, and it'll leave. The only way the only way you can keep people in a lie is when you build a group, which is the internal external reality, and you pull them through that group into your internal reality. And that's what cults are. So that is like, it's a pull that goes like this.
I was
So
about to
that's
say
basically,
that one.
Trent.
I was like, oh, I know where she's going with this.
Yeah. So that is basically why, I don't know why we got there, but yeah, that's what that is. So yeah, it can become paralyzing. Yeah. So when it becomes paralyzing, it means that you don't have an intention and you're just like doing a random thought, which is fine, but it will get wild. So you just have to have intentions all the time. You're like, okay, I am going to focus on this ancient text. And the reason why I'm focusing on this ancient text is not to just ask about random stuff. I'm going to see how this text was put together. And I'm going to focus on that for now. And then if it changes, you're like, okay, my new intention is to talk to all the energies that were involved and not the humans. Okay, now I'm not going to talk to the energies. I'm going to talk to the humans that wrote it. Why did they do it? Show me some history stuff. Then it gets really more intense, and then you focus on that. But you are readjusting your intentions, because if you don't, it goes very quick. And anyway, these are things, like I said, this is like the rough and tumble way. And I don't know, like, I think that I would have loved someone to help me with this. I would not have wanted to do the rough and tumble.
Yeah.
Like, I'm happy that I did it because I'm happy that I can help people. And that's like just my nature. I love it. I love that. I love helping people. I love showing them. I love learning about what they have to offer as well as humans, like what they decide to bring into. I love it. It's my favorite thing. So I absolutely love that I can do that for people, but I don't like that I had to do that. I wish I had someone to tell me how to do it, like to get started and have some structure, and then tell people how to do it. But that's not how it works, because no one knows about this. So they just think of infinity, they're like, ah, and they move on, right? So yeah. And then all the people who wrote stuff, they did the same thing. Like, I have not found someone who did this. They didn't. And I know why, but I always feel embarrassed because I'm like a recovering people pleaser. So it's very hard for me to go anything grandiose that my energies have told me. I'm like, I don't know. I'm working on it. They've been telling me messages like since yesterday that I need to say it more, but I literally am here for this. Like, my human is here, not just my energies, because my energies are doing all kinds of stuff, but me is here to do this. So like, only
It's
me.
interesting that you said that, though, because that's what I gathered from when I was finishing reading Ram Dass.
Yeah.
It kind of just hit a cliffhanger of like, oh, it's infinite. That's what I found out, and then checked out of it. I was like, well, that was very anticlimactic, because when I got to that point, it was a lot more than just saying, oh, it was infinite. I was losing my damn mind. There was a lot.
And there's more. There's even more than infinity as well, which also makes people get grossed out as well because they're like, okay, what? And I'm like, yes, there's more as well.
My only fear with all of this is not being able to come back from a trip, if
You
that makes sense.
won't.
But you talked
Oh,
about
you mean
being
like
able
with
to
drugs?
No, no, no. The way I've been going about it is I just try to relax every single muscle in my body and then
Yeah.
submit my mind to the endlessness. Now, there's moments though where I get stuck in it for hours and I don't realize that hours have passed.
Yeah.
And I got into a pattern of losing 4 to 5 hours at a time each time I went
Yeah.
to it. So, but you already spoke about that, having boundaries and having things to
It's
actually hold on to.
100% boundaries. Your manifesto, clear cut, little like contract of like you're making a new business almost. Your whole little body is a business. So you're writing this little contract of a business of how it runs and what can come in and out, what is allowed, all that stuff.
But I
And
truly got myself trapped
I know. And
because these
so the other
contradictions were
thing that
insane.
the other thing that they're saying, they keep repeating as you were talking, is to know that you aren't going anywhere. You are actually here. You're not traveling. We think as a human we're traveling because that's the way that we can do it, but we're not traveling. It's more like changing the channel. And if you're
But
changing a channel, you can change the channel back, right?
what I'm,
So,
yeah, what was I was getting stuck in, I believe, was more of a mindset from the
yeah,
contradictions. Because it was
yeah,
like, why bother existing if this contradicts this, this contradicts this, this contradicts
yeah,
this?
yeah. So when I say, when I talked about, I think I talked about it yesterday, but I might have talked about it on another live. I talked about when it was, I think it was last year. It was in January, either last year or the other January, and they were introducing what planets really were, and they were bombarding me with very wild stuff, and I was like, I cannot do this. Like, you need to wait, and they were just like, it needs to happen, and I'm like, oh my god, and they do this because they're not saying that it needs to happen. It's because the energy is coming through, and it's interesting because they can't really, nothing ends or comes or goes. It's like I was meant to receive that then, but human me, boundary wise, is like I can't receive it really. So
Oh, I got a lot
because
of
I've
those.
learned those little bottle things and those things, this was so intense. It broke all the bottles. And I just had to sit and let it come and not look at it. Like I had to like internally close my eyes because there was nothing I could do. It just was, it was part of me. It's something I did and like thought, as in like, it felt good as well, but it felt so overwhelming. And so what I did is I just calmed myself and let it come. And I told them, I said, please make sure that if I'm calm like this, the calmer I am, please put it in files, like zip files that I can open throughout the year. And sure enough, I did. And I was waiting a lot and it was getting like my head was burning as well because I wasn't opening the files. And so one day I'm like, fine. And I opened it. And the other thing about this is what I went through also, you go through cycles, you go through shifts. Everyone does. But they become so frequent that there's a process, there's a part of it. Like everyone has different cycles, but my cycle, when you're about to get that information that you originally wanted in the first place. This is what I was trying to tell that lady about manifestation, because that's actually what's happening. There's shifts. It has nothing to do with what we think we're doing stuff, but we're really not. It's funny. But anyway, we're saying what we like and what we prefer and putting boundaries and stuff, but we're not really. It's whatever. We're not going to go there because I just made myself feel weird again. But anyway,
Hey,
but
breathe in, count to 4. 4 seconds
so
inhale, hold for 4 seconds, exhale.
so basically when you're in those cycles, when you get to the point where you're about to receive the stuff, and you didn't know like when you're not aware, you feel like you're having what people call a dark night of the soul. And what it is it's the integration, and it's also what people think is clearing, but it's making more seats at the table to discuss or to start the information, if that makes sense. And so what happens, I say seats because let's say the information's coming. It comes. It's there. It's just like it's already ready to go. But what happens is it feels painful because you have all these versions of you that are like, I talk about the pages of a book, and they won't go to the next page with you because they're sad, scared, angry, whatever their issue is. And you have all these shadows that you haven't addressed, and they're freaking out. And so what happens is, dark night of the soul in quotes, is when you're in that part of the cycle, you haven't had an opportunity to do anything about it. And so your natural body and all your energies and teams and things like that, they're helping you alchemize it for you. So that process is because you're not able to do it yourself. So that's why when people say you have to do this and you have to do manifest, your body's going to do it no matter what. The more you want something, the more it shows how it's yours already, and it's so close, as in like you just have a few things that you're getting out of your way. So it's not about doing that, it's about working on yourself. And a lot of people mistaken that for becoming a manifester, if that makes sense, because what happens is when you start working on those shadows and you never have, all these things start happening quickly because you don't have to go through that gross dark night of the soul where you don't have to learn a lesson and someone do something mean and you're like, oh, I think this about this and I'm going to stand up for myself next time. Like none of that happens because you've already worked on those versions of you, so they're not going to come out in weird ways. So that's why all of a sudden people are like, whoa, all of these things are coming true and I'm so cool and stuff like that. And you are, but it's because your traumas that normally would have stopped you, they're coming with you. And as soon as you say that, there's no trauma attached to it. So you're like, bam, 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 right? So like,
I was actually going to
what?
bring that part up. So I still have my mind blown by it. I still can't really wrap my head around it, but I had BPD from all the shit that happened to me.
Yeah.
I just sat there, kept asking any energy that knows how to get me back to who I was. Please do it, whatever way it takes. It did. I don't advise people doing that. Please put limiters in there. Please set things, because I was actually laying on the ground in the woods screaming for mercy at one point because I was having flashbacks nonstop. I basically had to relive through the torture until I was okay with it.
Exactly.
And
people would be like,
literally begging for them to stop.
they would call that, oh, that's your dark night of the soul and you need to have an ego death. No, there's no death. You're basically alchemizing and making those versions of you that were wounded your assets and not taking up space. They're not like heavy and taking up space anymore, and they're not dragging you and not letting you go to the next page. They're not crying going, please. They're just all getting taken care of. And so sometimes this happens also when people take drugs as well. It's so forceful. It's like forcing all of these, it's like almost like soldiers. They're like forcing all of those versions of you, like, get better, like that. And so it works, but it's very painful and horrible. And like you said, you see like flashes of stuff and you're like, ah, because it's supposed to be like a soft process when you're ready, right? But it's happening because you have decided to take those drugs. So that's what's happening.
Yep.
But then
I
another
even
time is
back to get tested.
yeah, also
Sorry,
drugs. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I went back to a psychologist and got tested. It worked. That was the part that kind of threw me for a loop.
But it's painful.
Yeah. Holy crap.
You're like, next time I'm going to say, can we do this over 2 years, please? Or a year?
I sped run a month. 28 years of bullshit done in a month.
That's
Still got more to go.
very
but
intense.
I'll say, I really wish that could have found your channel like maybe a year ago before I started getting
I
off
mean,
the
like I
rails.
said, I didn't do those calls, so I think maybe I needed to do that call. But again, I wasn't ready to do that, I guess. But yeah, it worked at least. But
But I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to let the people who are listening have an example of what happens if they don't do what you're talking about, because I was that person. I jumped into it thinking, this'll fix it. Yeah, it fixed it, but it also led me to begging for my life like a child on the ground to a tree.
and, yeah, and it's funny because these things happened to me in certain ways, and they were like, and then when things were slow, I'm like, why is it slow? Why is there no people? And they're like, because do you remember this? And I'm like, no, I still want that. I want something in between. And they're like, there's no in between. But anyway, so yeah, so the thing about drugs also, when people say ego death and they're like, well, I just saw I was everything. And I'm like, yeah, because you took, it was a POV switch. So you basically took your, like, not always, but let's say we're just going to give an example. You took the POV of you as a human right now, your little identity, and you put it on a seat, and then the mushroom took you to basically infinity, and you got to feel what the POV of everything. And so you're like, okay, well, I just died, and then like but that's not what happened. You took a seat and you got to feel what it feels like to be infinity. And I actually am going to do some meditations for people. I call them more thought, because it's more from a philosopher point of view. All my stuff is like that. It's more philosopher. It's like I see from the lens of like a philosopher, but I am channeling because everyone's channeling. So I talk about channeling as well and the infinite basically. But that's basically me. So like I talk about how it works. I talk about the like thought processes you can try to see how what it means to you and how it works for you. But I also do that as well where I'm like, I'm doing it myself as well. But yeah, anyway, yeah. That's basically what that is. That's what the mushroomy things, like for example, it could be any of those drug things, but that's basically what happens.
I will say that I am much more comfortable now. I decided because I had a friend who said, "Hey, let's try mushrooms." This was years ago. I said, "Okay, we'll try them." Worst experience of my life. Should not have done it at the point I was in my life.
Oh no.
But I decided, you know what? Things are better. I'll try. They have these little chocolate bars they sell now. It's got lion's mane, Reiki, and some other kind in it. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, try it. Way more pleasant, way easier to get into a meditative state like that. But don't go for things you observe as negative.
I agree.
That was a.
I agree
I'm
with
sure
that.
that's.
Because of their guides as well. I used to also do a class about consumables. So like food, water, all the things. When you connect with them, you have a different experience. You can also take out things. You can do all kinds of stuff. And even having mushrooms or plant medicine and things like that, it's the same thing. Even chemicals, all of it. You literally, they are guides. They're taking you places. And there are things like, I know this is funny, some people laugh, but there are things like tequila where the energies that are like the guides of tequila, they get really offended if you go wild. And the reason why they are so set on this, they're not all like this, but the tequila ones are, is because they're the ones that taught the humans how to make it. So they're very picky about that. And so it is one of the top hangover ones for people and people blacking out because they're abusing it. And I have I have always been kind of having a connection to it, but I have also just been unconscious about it and had issues as well. And every single time I've connected, I ask them, I'm like, is this cool if I actually get drunk? Because I think sometimes they don't want you to even be drunk. And they're like, yeah, okay. But sometimes they get very angry. But anyway, you can talk to the energies. You can talk to everything, like about that. And it's a way better if you set your intentions and you kind of acknowledge their existence. You have a better experience. So that's why when you have a negative thought of something, even food, if you look at food and you're like, ugh, it's not a great idea. It's not bad. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you, but it's just, I don't know, you're gonna maybe have like bathroom problems or, you know what I mean? Like,
So I like that you explained that because I had a similar thing with May apples 2 years ago. I don't know if you know what a May apple is, but it used to be a
no.
plant that got dug up a lot around here for medicinal purposes.
Oh,
All the
okay.
women in my family used it to,
It
and
got cut
so
off. After you said the
oh,
women
I
in your
said
family
all.
used it, it got cut off.
They used it to poison people.
Oh no! How? The roots?
They
Or
boil it. Yep. They dig it up and then they boil the roots and they would serve it as a drink to people who were saying that they didn't want their spouse around or they didn't like this kid or they didn't like
oh
this,
my
and so they would sell it.
god!
And
That's wild.
now every time I see May apples, I don't get angry. It seems like the May apples are angry, and that's the part that just kind of messes with my mind of when I was
Oh,
trying
it's
to
gonna.
understand how could the May.
You're cut completely.
Screen's froze. I don't know if
Oh,
you can even
you
hear
kind
me.
of came back.
Is that any better?
Oh, I still don't hear you.
Here, I'll try this.
Okay, are you back?
Is that any better? Hey, I have picture again. Sorry about
Oh, it's
that.
mine is having issues as well. What is going on?
I will say that my family
It says
liked
my Wi-Fi is
to.
not working.
Oh,
I put my Wi-Fi off so that cause it says my Wi-Fi is getting messed with. So did
but
that help?
yes, but I always felt the part of this whole thing. I keep telling myself like I feel a little bit crazy, but when I see May-apples, I'm not disgusted by them or angry. I just feel like the May-apples are angry for some reason. And I always thought I was crazy
I
for thinking
bet
that, but I'm like, no, those plants are pissed off.
they definitely are. They're like, excuse me, why are you
My
doing
grandmother
this?
would use all 12 of her My grandmother would use all 12 of her kids to go out and gather May-apples so that she could make
Oh,
giant batches of it in these great big 50-gallon drums. And then she'd sell it throughout the year.
ew.
And so now when I see them, I'm like, man, they're angry. I always thought I was
They
a
are.
little silly for thinking that.
They're like, stop picking that up and hurting people. Okay, I think I'm gonna head off. I don't know what time it is. What time is it? Oh, it's 1. I'm gonna head off because also I would like to put these on YouTube and I mean I think it's fine, but it's gonna be long. But yeah.
So,
So yeah, because I have 2 now. I didn't do the last yesterday. But anyway, okay. I don't know what I'm gonna do this weekend, but I might be able to make it, and we'll see. But it was nice to see you guys again, and yeah, have a look at the thought form video. I'm going to be putting the next week. I think I'm going to be starting. I'll be doing. I have to prioritize the dolphins because they're going to get mad, but I'll be putting the the dolphin stuff, and also the thought forum series. And the series is going to be in depth, but it's kind of going to be like classes, and it's going to be in the second tier, just like how the practicing with energy, or sorry, not practicing with energies, the mind body spirit one is. So it'll be similar, like a checklist, so that you can kind of like have a look at your thought forms, if that makes sense. But a how to will always be in sessions, and also you can come on the live. So if you're watching those and you're a tier member, in one of the Patreon members, you, even if you don't have tier 2, you can still see them and you can ask questions on the live, and I can do tools surrounding it. So like if someone's like, oh, I watched this, or I saw the title of this type of thought form, I'm struggling with this, I would like some tools with that. And if you're a Patreon member, we can do it on the live, and it's going to help other people too. So I set it that way so it's a community, so it helps everyone. But yeah, so you can look forward to that. You can also already ask questions from the video that's already there. So anyway, thank you everybody, and I'm glad. I'm glad that we got to do this today, and I hope you enjoyed the live. And yeah, book a session with me or have a look at my stuff if you need any help with any of this. Bye.
good night.
Good night. Oh, no problem.